Morning, we're on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 et seek of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
The board has 3 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 7 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and a microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first order of business today, it's a protest hearing status, case number 24PRO00095, high demand, license number 128725. Good morning, Mr. Orleana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good morning. Johannes Cassidy Thayum, your access has been elevated. And Chander Jayaraman, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. I was looking for my list. I apologize. Let's start this the hearing. I'll have the parties identify themselves for the record, starting with the applicant.
Hello. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, sir. Please spell and state your name for the record.
My name is Johannes Cassidy Seum. That's Johannes, first name, last name Cassidy-Seyoum.
Good morning, Mr. Cassidy Seyon. Mr. Jayaraman, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Chander Jayaraman, Chander. Last name Jayaraman. I'm the designated representative for Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6B on this matter.
Good morning, Mr. Jayaraman. All right, good morning, everyone. This is a protest hearing status for the issuance of a new um, cannabis license high demand. Mr. Cassidy Theon, are there any preliminary matters in this case, meaning that not substantive? Do you have any preliminary concerns you just want to bring to the attention of the board? You're on mute, sir.
Am I still on mute?
No, I can hear you now.
No issues whatsoever.
All right, thank you. Mr. J. Rahman, any preliminary matters you want to bring to the matter of attention of the board?
Yes, not related to this case, but broadly with regards to ABRA regulation. I raised this about a year ago. It is very, very difficult for us ANC commissioners to figure out what the current regulations are. As they are published right now, it asks us to go and reference and change the previous version. So, for example, the one that was approved last August and any subsequent changes say delete this section and add this language. But it's been a year and there's no place, and then there's been changes to the law. There is no place where we can see, okay, what is the current regulations? And I asked this board to provide us with something like that or publish it. It still has not occurred. And it makes it very difficult to find and figure out what the current rules and regulations are without having to kind of piece together, tetrahedron.
Well, I believe that the current regulations are listed on our website, and you can always, as you're aware, the law is established by the city council, so you can always get a copy of the law from the city council, the current law on the city council's website. But I believe that our
It's not,
website.
sir.
Which part of it, sir?
Well, it's the regulation, sir, because there have been changes. So version number 8 refers back to version number 1 about what the changes were to version number 1. And
Well,
so there's been so many changes. There's no current one that kind of gathers all those 8 versions together and says, okay, here's the latest version of the regulations. And so I wish we could have that at least on a quarterly basis or an annual basis, so we know what the current regulations are that we're operating under.
we'll take that information back, sir, to the agency to see what you're the only ANC commissioner. The board has approved several settlement agreements. The board has gone to several hearings on medical cannabis applications, and you are the only ANC commissioner who has brought this to our attention. So I don't know what the concerns are, but as I stated before, you're the only commissioner who has raised this issue, and I will address this matter with the director to see if there is a problem that needs to be addressed, sir. Okay.
Well, I'm grateful for your assistance, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome, sir. All right. Let me find. Hold on. If this matter is not settled, it's scheduled for a protest hearing on November 6th at 1:30 p.m. Now that we have scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct the applicant and the protestant about so that the protest hearing is focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. The board does not intend to hear testimony on matters that are not relevant to this case. You should have received by electronic or regular mail a letter explaining the protest process, a copy of the protest information form, and a copy of the exhibit form. If you do not have these documents, please contact our legal office regarding these forms at the end of the hearing. It is imperative that you review the rules closely and adhere to them before and during the protest hearing. You're also required to complete and submit the protest information form PIP and the exhibit form 7 days before the date of the hearing. These 2 forms and accompanying documents need to be submitted to ABCA's legal division and to all opposing parties in this matter. If we do not receive a copy of your PIP, your application, or your protest, whichever side you're representing, may be subject to dismissal. Likewise, if we do not receive a copy of your exhibit form and the exhibits themselves, your exhibits may be excluded from the record upon a finding that the opposing party has been prejudiced or no good cause for failure to submit has been shown. Likewise, witnesses other than a party may also be subject to exclusion if not identified on the PIP. Accordingly, these forms are very important. They greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. They likewise provide notice to opposing parties, enabling them to better prepare for the hearing. And Mr. Cassidy Sigan, I know Mr. J. Rahman has done many protest hearings, and I know, sir, that you have not done, at least I'm not aware of you doing protest hearings before. Basically what I just said, sir, 7 days before the hearing. So this hearing is scheduled for November 6th. So 7 days before the hearing, you should have received the forms by email from our legal office. What you need to do, you need to exchange the documents and witnesses with Mr. J. Rahman and also with the agency. And so therefore, because you're applying for a new license, and so if you're going to testify, or if you have anyone who's also going to testify at the hearing, you need to identify who the witnesses are and the documents you're going to rely upon at the hearing 7 days before the hearing, sir. If you don't know how to do this process, Mr. J. Rahman, he also knows that if both parties, if you do not know how to do this process, you can reach out to our legal office, and our legal office will provide you guidance. Or the email address for ABCA legal, abca.legal.dc.com. It's in the chat. So both parties, if you do not understand the process and how to exchange documents or witnesses, please reach out to our legal office, and we will provide you the guidance, because I do not want, when we have the hearing, the parties they don't follow the procedures, and they're saying, I did not know. So this is not a got you agency. We're here to provide whatever assistance to both sides, whatever assistance that the side might need, either side might need, so they can effectively represent themselves if this matter goes to a protest hearing. The parties are also, if you believe this matter can be settled, you can continue speaking, communicating to see if you can come to settlement terms. And if you truly believe this matter is going to be settled, you let the agency know, so we do not have to identify an investigator who will contact you to get information. So just want to put you on notice regarding those type of issues. Any questions by anyone based on what was just stated? No? Okay, fine. All right. As you're aware, all our hearings are now conducted virtually. You will have 1 hour to present your case, and you will only be allowed to call no more than 5 witnesses. If you require more time to present your case or require more than 5 witnesses, please file a motion with the board requesting additional time and or additional witnesses. Okay? Thank you very much for your cooperation. If you have any questions today or any time leading to the hearing, please do not hesitate to contact our legal division, and we will provide you whatever guidance. Good luck if you are still talking to settle this matter. Yes, Mr. J. Rahman.
Yeah, I thought we were supposed to provide a status of our discussions and where we are.
No, that's not necessary, sir. That's
Okay.
yeah, that's not necessary, because you'd be going into substantive conversations on the board at the protest.
I have no
hearing.
desire to go into substantive
Yeah.
conversation, sir.
No.
We just want to say that we believe the applicant and the ANC 6B are working together amicably, and the ANC fully expects to withdraw our protest at our ANC meeting next Tuesday. And so I would like to provide that for the record. I have no, so that you can take any administrative, take that into consideration as you put together your schedule.
Well, thank you very
Again,
much.
just yes, sir.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Mr. J. Rahman. And so we if that's the case, then I would say you alert the agency as soon as possible, so we do not have to assign an investigator to this case. And so therefore we'll put it on our calendar, but we'll know that we're not going to have a hearing on November 6th.
Yeah, one point about that, our ANC meeting, again, as I mentioned, is next Tuesday night. So the earliest I would be able to send a letter in that regard is after the ANC vote officially in that regard. And so it'll be sometime middle of next week that we'll be able to do that.
I appreciate that representation, sir. Thank you. And as one of the things I've always stated, the board supports settlement agreements. If the parties can't settle the matter, we'll make a decision. But the board supports settlement agreements because what it says is that when it goes to a hearing, and if the board approves or denies the application, then someone's going to be unhappy, someone's going to be happy. But at least, or if whatever we do, one party might be happy or unhappy. So what I prefer settlement agreements because at least it shows that the parties can work together to mutually exist within the community. So thank you for the representation, and I hope, when I always tell folks, I hope not to see you again, and it's not because I have any animus. The board hopes it's not to see you. It just says that the parties were able to work this matter out. Okay, so thank you very much, and have a great day.
Thank you. You as well.
All right. The next case in our calendar is our show cause hearing status. Case number 24-251-00016. Sign of the Whale, license number 116058. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the parties in this case?
Raj, your access has been elevated. Donnie Brown, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Hold on. Good morning, Ms. Brown. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. This is Assistant Attorney General Shani Brown, that's spelled SHANI-BROWN, here on behalf of the district.
Good morning, ma'am. Sir, I forgot your last name. What is can you please spell and state your name for the record? You need to unmute yourself first, sir. You need to unmute yourself.
Mute.
Yeah, go ahead. So please spell and state your name for the record.
Yeah, so my name is Raj Rabada. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you. Spell your name for the record.
Okay, so my partner Vic is on the other line. He was on the phone, but he needs to be unmuted as well. Otherwise, he can't hear. Is there any way anybody?
Are you talking about? Okay, so he was elevated. Okay, is that his number, sir? That's on the line, the 707 number. Is that your partner?
Yeah, 310-927-7577. If you can.
No, I don't think that's. Hold on. All right. So okay. So so he can. All right. So please spell and state your name for the record, sir.
Can you hear me now?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Hold on. I'm one person at a time. We're having Mr. Raj. I need you, sir, to identify yourself for the record, sir. By please spell and state your, yes, sir, you. I need you to, the person who just raised their hand. I need you. All right. Hold on. No. Hold on a minute. Are you two in the same location, sir? Are you in the same location?
Yeah, I disconnected. Actually, I had my partner on the phone. I had taken him. I disconnected him. Let him call
Okay,
back.
why does okay? He needs to. Um, we. I thought we provided, Mr. Orion. Can you please provide the login information so the the call-in person can come in. He can log in himself. I thought he was on the line before.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I think we thought that he would join on the phone, and I will be on
Yes,
this.
that
Yeah.
can occur, sir. But I think he was on the line, but I guess you also had him on the phone, so he was connected twice. So
Okay.
that's why we're getting a feedback.
No problem. I think I just texted him, so he's going to join any moment. So do we continue with this, or do we wait for him to join?
That is your call, sir. You said your partner, so you want him to be here. So let me. I'll wait until he joins. With the information was sent to him. He was on before, so I'm not quite sure why he disconnected.
Okay. I had taken the conference, but I'm sorry about that. I think he will join in 30 seconds. Let me just ask him to join, okay? He's already told him. He's joining right now. Sorry about that.
Still waiting, Chairman.
Yeah, I think he's having some difficulty, but I can represent on his behalf. We can talk about this.
Why don't you spell and state your name for the record and tell me who you are, sir?
Yeah, I'm going to spell my name.
No, I
And
need you to. No, not in the chat, sir. I need you to put on the record to spell your name orally.
Sure.
Because hold on, sir. We have a court reporter, and who is capturing everything that's said. So that's why I need you to spell and state your name for the record.
Yeah, so my name is Raj Ravada. I am one of the partners for Sign of the Whale.
And how do you spell your name, sir? I asked you
It's
that.
it's R-A-J, and last name is R-A, V for Victor, A, D for David, A.
How do you pronounce that, sir?
It's Ravada.
Ravada. Good morning, Mr. So you want us to wait for your partner, or do you? Because this is all right. Let me ask you, Miss Brown. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, there are none.
All right. So this is just your partner doesn't necessarily have to be here, sir. You said that you're one of the partners, so you're one of the owner. There are no preliminary matters in this case. This matter then is scheduled for show cause hearing on November 6th at 1:30 p.m. And so what that says, sir, if this matter goes to a hearing, 7 days before the hearing, you need to disclose the documents and witnesses that you will rely upon at this hearing. So if you're going to have witnesses, if you're going to have documents you're going to rely upon to defend yourself in this case, then that is the time that you need to exchange those documents and witnesses with the government's attorney and also provide a copy of those documents to the agency. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, I'm already on the process. We already been working with the OAG attorney, Mr. Christopher, on that. So we have already provided quite a bit of our documents. So we're going to follow up and provide more.
Okay, well, but I'm saying that although you're providing those documents, and you also, if these are the documents and the witnesses that you're going to rely upon at the hearing, you also need to formally provide those documents at least to the government 7 days before the hearing, and you also need to provide a copy of those documents to the board the same time. Okay.
Okay. So okay, how do we mail the documents
You
to
can
the
email
board?
them, sir, to email.
Uh-huh.
You got an email address to schedule this hearing. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that use that same email address when you communicate with the agency. It's in the chat what the email address is.
Okay.
You email those documents to a copy of the documents to us. The same time you email the documents to the government in preparing for the hearing. Okay. Any
Perfect.
questions before?
No.
Any other questions, sir?
No, nothing. I'm clear on that. Thank you.
All right. All right. And if you have any technical issues before, you can contact us to figure out how to get your partner on. But I'm sorry, since you are able to get on, so you have the link, so it's the same link that your partner can also utilize. Okay.
I will do that. Sorry about that. Thank you.
That's fine.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. All right. Our next case is case number 24 CMP 00002, Half Smoke, license number 1000855. Ms. Ariella, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
Sure. Andre McCain, your access has been elevated. That is all term.
Thank you. Good morning. Ms. Brown, can you please spell and identify yourself for the record?
Yes, this is Assistant Attorney General Shani Brown. That's spelled SHANI BROWN, here on behalf of the district.
Mr. McCain, do you have a camera that you can turn on? Mr. McCain. Mr. McCain, can you unmute your line, sir, and speak?
Just sent them a request to unmute.
Thank you. Mr. McClain, can you please spell and state your name for the? Do you have a camera you can turn on, sir? If not, we'll move on.
No, it's not working at the moment, unfortunately.
Can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship?
Andre McCain, ANDRE, MCCAIN, owner.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Ms. Brown, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, there are none.
Okay. All right, then this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on November 6th at 1:30 p.m. What this means, I just want to remind the parties that 7 days before the hearing, you are required to disclose documents and witnesses that you will be relying on at the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose the documents or witnesses 7 days prior to the hearing to each side and to the agency, unless they can show reasonable good cause, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents or witnesses that have not been previously disclosed. Any questions?
No.
All right. So as I said before, this matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing November 6th at 1:30. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. The next case that's scheduled is case number 24 CMP 00035, Marcelino, license number 119120. Mr. Oria, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
I see hearing rescheduled.
Oh, that's not on. Oh, I apologize. This matter then is continued. I can't read my own notes. I apologize. This matter is scheduled for November 6th at 10:30 a.m. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 CMP 00013, Cloud Restaurant and Lounge Sports Bar, license number 93572. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure. Richard Bianco, your access has been elevated. Tesfit Kiflu, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Bianco, can you turn your camera on, please, so we can start? Are you there, Mr. Bianco? Okay, fine. Ms. Brown, good morning. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Good morning. This is Assistant Attorney General Shani Brown. That's spelled SHANI here on behalf of the district.
Good morning. Mr. Bianco, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Richard Bianco, RICHARD, BIANCO, counsel for the licensee.
Good morning. And is Mr. Kiflu, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, sir. My name is Tesfit Kiflu, TESFIT KIFLU.
Good morning, sir. Ms. Brown, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, I believe there are some representations from the establishment, but none on behalf of the district.
Mr. Bianco?
Yes, that's correct. We have somewhat of an unusual situation here. We were just made aware of it last week, last Friday to be specific, and filed a letter with the board that I believe is on your agenda for later today. But just to bring the board up to speed, this establishment closed in July, and in connection with that closure, sold the business assets, including the license, back to the landlord, as is typical in these cases. Signed a transfer consent form, a bill of sale, all of the usual closing documents. And we learned on Friday that for whatever reason, the landlord never filed a transfer application. So we are the licensee among the board records, but don't necessarily have the right to take action here that would injure any licensing interest that the landlord might have. We're working with the legal department and the licensing department to find the best way forward here. We describe in more detail the issues in our submission. We are confident that we will be able to come to resolution in working with the government and the landlord prior to the time that this case would get to show cause. So we just became aware of it. We're working on it. We think we're going to be able to resolve it in the coming weeks, but we did want to make the board aware of exactly what's going on in the timeline.
Well, I thank you for the representation, Mr. Bianco, but the licensee can't transfer a license to any other entity without getting approval from the board. So wasn't it incumbent on the licensee, if you're going to transfer the license, to make the formal request to the board to transfer the license? I don't understand how is it that how the landlord is even involved here, because as you're aware, until and unless the board approves a license or approves any other arrangement, the licensee that we have on record, they are responsible for this case.
So without getting into who's responsible for the case, it's not incumbent on the seller or licensee to file for transfer approval with the board. It's incumbent on the purchaser or transferee to file an application. The application is for the new license or new licensee and not the old licensee. What the old licensee does, or seller entity, the only document they contribute is the transfer consent form. There is a bill of sale and settlement statement that is signed at closing. Those things were done. I got to be honest, Mr. Chair, I've never run into a situation where we had a sale, the asset was bought and paid for, And then the buyer just never bothered to file a transfer application to actually procure the asset. It is a pretty unusual situation.
I've been chair for 9 years, Mr. Bianco, and I have had many occasions when an event occurs at one of these establishments, and that's when the board finds out for the first time that the establishment was sold years ago, and we're still holding the old owner accountable because someone in going through the process, it's not apparent that I don't know if this was in this case, but basically what folks are saying, no one told us that we needed to come back to ABCA and apply for a new license. It was my understanding that I bought the business and so therefore I bought the license, but that's neither here or there. But anyway.
Yeah, this is so it's even stranger because this is a violation that predated the sale. So it's not like the new person stepped in and started running the business. It's very unusual. I haven't seen it, but we are working with licensing and legal to get this off of your plate, hopefully. And I just wanted to put it on the record.
Yeah, I know that it's on our calendar today. I'm sorry, it's on legal calendar today, and the board's position is going to be I'm sorry, on the licensing calendar, and I think whichever calendar it's on, it's going to be the board is not going to make any decision. So, but you'll hear what the decision that I think that whatever the decision or non-decision that the board will make regarding your filing. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your
However,
time.
However, thank you for your representation. All right. And thank you, Ms. Brown, for being here today. And I believe that ends your appearance for the day. So have a great day.
You too.
All right, thank you. And prior to calling the next case, I'm going to call case number 24 CMP 00017 Dirty Water, license number 125771. This case has been canceled due to the submission and offer in compromise to the board for its review. So the next case in our calendar, it is a fact-finding hearing regarding Ingleside Presbyterian Retirement Community, Ingleside at Rock Creek, 3050 Military Road Northwest. They are applying for a CX license. And so, Mr. Orietta, can you please elevate the parties in this case? Thank you.
Sure. Jason Basile, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Basile. Can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this establishment?
Yes, Jason Basile, JASON BASILE, and I am the Executive Director at Ingleside at Rock Creek.
All right. All right, Mr. Basile, it's my understanding that this is a fact-finding hearing, and let me just explain to you what a fact-finding hearing is. That the board is just asking questions. No, you're not under oath. The board cannot order anyone to. The board cannot in a fact-finding hearing cannot order a party to make any specific type of action. But it appears that you have applied for a multi-purpose license, and the board is unsure if this is the right license category for you, for your establishment. So what I would like you to do to start off is to tell us about this establishment. Why is it that you're applying for this particular type of license? And just tell us provide us as much information that you can regarding this establishment and why this type of license is being requested, and then the board might have some questions of you. Okay, so what you can tell us about this establishment and what it is that you're applying for.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate you all's time. Ingleside at Rock Creek is a senior living retirement community. We serve over 400 individuals that are DC residents every day. About 75% of our resident population are independent living residents who live here. Some still work in the district, some travel, this is their home. And we have 2 dining venues, as well as we are in the process of opening a pub location. So for residents who currently bring alcohol to the dining room, they serve it themselves, this is their home. We'd like to open up a pub so that before dinner, after dinner, just camaraderie, socialization for the group of individuals that live here. In addition to the pub, we'd also like the opportunity to have the ability to provide alcohol services in both of our dining venues as well.
So that is what you're asking for? That's the extent of well, then I think just off the cusp, if you want to open a pub, you need to apply for a tavern license, not a multi-purpose license. So why did you apply for a multi-purpose license? The specific, because it's a multi-purpose CX license is what you had applied for. So I'm just asking, why did you apply for that specific license? I mean, it appears if all that you're applying, if you're trying to open a pub. So when you said you're trying to open a pub and serve, tell me what it is. What do you mean by that?
Good question. So it's a little different than a pub because that's what we're calling it. We're not trying to serve food. We are
You don't have to serve food with a pub.
Sure.
A restaurant you have to serve food, but with a pub, there's no requirement that you serve food.
Okay. I mean, I think the idea is, again, pub may be the correct application that we need to resubmit to. I think it's to have the goal is in this area.
You tell me. Tell me what is it that tell me everything you want to do if we were to give you this license, and then I don't want to say
right.
I don't want to off the top of the cuff to say, okay, you need a tavern. You tell me everything that you imagine that if this license was granted, what you would do, what your facility would do.
So the goal of this location is in the morning hours, we've got coffee, we've got newspapers, we've got television, we've got the news on. Throughout the day, we will have specific hours where we may have a bartender during happy hour. We also are looking into a system called Pour My Bev, which is a innovative technology system where individuals can self-serve themselves alcohol if they have fobs connected to their apartments, and then honestly have some small snacks and things of that issue that we're just having throughout the day if they wish to have it. Not a full menu as we have 2 dining establishments, but that's really the gist of it, and to be able to charge residents for that alcohol.
Now, one of the things that I want to point to now, so who would have the ability to utilize the services? Can I walk off the street and come and utilize your pub?
You would not be able to.
It's only for the residents within the facility.
Correct.
Just whatever.
Or a guest of a resident, right?
Okay. Now, one of the things that I want to bring to your attention, whichever license that is granted, whenever alcohol is being served, you have to have an owner or an ABC manager available during the time that the alcohol is exposed, or unless it's secure. So, because I hear you mentioned that that residents could have a fob and they can self-serve themselves, but during that period of time that the alcohol is available for service, if an investigator was to come to the facility, and if the alcohol is freely available to anyone, we're going to ask who's the ABC manager on duty. So,
can you define available to anyone? Again,
meaning that I can have access to it, because you just talked about that a resident, you explain to me this fob situation that you explain that to me a little bit more, please.
Sure. So the fob system, it's called Pour My Bev, and the idea behind this is that residents who they have a card that's connected to their account, and it tells us to the 10th of the ounce how much alcohol they are pouring. It charges them to the 10th of the ounce, and it doesn't require that we have a bartender, in that area at all times of the operation.
And I'm not sure. I don't believe you can serve alcohol in a commercial space without having not necessarily a bartender, but an ABC manager, someone. So you'd have to have
the general manager of dining services in the vicinity, or the operations manager and things of that nature.
But no, that person would have to be an ABC manager, would have to get a license from us, an ABC manager's license. So anytime alcohol is available, there has to be someone with supervising the service of alcohol. So that's what I meant, is that if it's available,
right,
then there has to be an owner or ABC manager who is accountable for what's going on with the alcohol. So it can't be that the alcohol is sitting at the table and anyone, but you know what I mean, that anyone,
yes,
that one of the residents can come and self-serve and serve themselves without an owner or an ABC manager being in the vicinity to account for what's going on. And also, we also need to need to have some type of mechanism overserve that because a bartender, when a bartender, one of the jobs of a bartender is to make sure that folks are not overserved. One of the also, I know that you're saying that the facility with the liquor would only be, the alcohol would only be available to residents and their guests. How is it that you would ensure that minors do not have access to that alcohol is not being served to minors?
Yeah. So again, clearly there's got to be some oversight in that area. And then for over serving, you can put a limit on that system. So if the bartender is not providing the beverage, you can limit the number of beverages consumed with the resident's card. But if you're telling me that DC doesn't like the use of that operations, then we have to adjust.
I'm not saying that I don't like the use of the operation. I'm just pointing out to you what are some of the requirements of the law. So
correct.
I'm not saying you can't have this operations. I'm just saying to you generally, whatever license type is provided to you, anytime the alcohol is being served, there has to be an ABC manager or our owner physically present. So if one of our investigators show up, then we are going to ask you, in order for us to make sure that you're complying with the law, one of the first things that the investigator does is that the investigator asks for, is there ABC manager or owner available, so we can do a regulatory inspection. So that's one of the reasons why I'm saying whatever type of license that is granted, that is a requirement that has to occur. And you also have to have some provision that how do you ensure that minors do not have access to the alcohol? And so if it's there, a resident could potentially give their card to a minor, and the minor could go and serve themselves alcohol. And so what mechanisms would you have in place to ensure that the alcohol is not available to a minor? And also, there are hours, because this is a commercial. If you need to have hours of operations, in the sense that, okay, you can't serve alcohol in a commercial facility 24 hours.
Correct.
So there has to be some established hours when alcohol would be available in the commercial space. And so those are type of some of the issues and concerns that just generally whatever type of license that is provided, you would have to be aware of.
100%. You know, again, with bartender serving, or you can put a timer on the system so that it only serves at particular hours.
But as I stated, there has to be supervision.
Correct.
Someone has to supervise the service of the alcohol during that period of time. It cannot be that anyone, like any member, would have access to the alcohol without there's some bartender. When I said bartender, but you know what I mean. There
needs to be an ABC manager
or owner
on site in the vicinity if alcohol is being served with a license.
Right. So because when an investigator comes, if we're going to come, which we routinely will, when all licensees we do regulatory inspection, and so we're gonna as soon as the the investigator shows up, they're coming and said, "Who's is there an owner or ABC manager available?" And those are the person they'll show their ID, and that's who they normally ask for. And if an owner or ABC manager is not available, and if the alcohol is out and available, then that is a violation of our rules and regulation. Now, if the alcohol is not available for someone to access it, then there is no need to have an ABC manager or owner, because the alcohol is not available for someone to access it. So meaning that it would have to be secured, and so one can say the alcohol is secured, so it's not readily available to residents. Okay. Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short, and then Mr. Grant.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jason Basile, how are you today?
I'm doing very well. Thank you, sir.
Just great. So apparently, from the questions that have been answered, your answers that were given, you're not familiar with ABC alcoholic licensing in the District of Columbia. Would that be a?
That is a true statement.
Can I make a recommendation to you?
Please, sir.
Can you get in contact with our licensing agents at ABCA, and they will direct you to what licenses you are really qualified for, how to apply for them, and all the steps you need to take to fulfill everything that our chairman has laid out to you. And that when you do that, it makes it a lot easier along the process. Whatever license that you qualify for.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Basile, thank you for being with us this morning. Just had a couple of quick questions. One, in this pub area that you were looking to have added to your facility, my assumption is that the consumption of the alcohol would happen in the pub area and that they wouldn't be able to go back to their residence. Is that correct, or am I wrong on that?
It's a good question. The pub is right next to the dining room. So the idea would be if they could have the alcohol in the pub and then just go to their dining room, which is at the least 20 steps away from where the pub is.
Got you, but they wouldn't be able to take it up to their units where they reside.
Correct. We would not want them to do that.
All right, and just one other question, just to kind of get a feeling for what you're thinking through. There was a little discussion between you and the chairman about the guests being able to accompany the residents in the pub area. Have you all thought about how we verify that the guests are actually with the residents? Would they ever be able to go unaccompanied, or how will you verify the connection between the guest and the actual resident?
Sure. So the plan of that system, again, it doesn't. If we're using the bartender for those hours, that's not the that's a little bit easier to determine because we have staff member there. The question you're asking is if they're using the Pour My Bev system with a card, how do we ensure that that person is related to a resident? So again, the goal would be that that card is only provided to residents of the community. So to access the system, they would have to be with an individual that's a resident.
Just two other questions. One, a clarification on that question, and then one final question. In the event that there was a bartender, right? If we take out the Pour My Bev option and we just had a bartender that was dedicated to work in that space, would you all still allow guests to go into the space unaccompanied by a resident?
Would we allow them to go into the space?
Yeah, if my grandmother lived on the third floor, I came to go visit her, I signed in, I went downstairs to grab something to eat, and I went to get a drink next door to the dining hall in the pub. Like, how would that, have you thought about how that process would work?
You're saying they wish to order a drink in the pub without the family member with them?
Right, but minus the Pour My Bev option if there was an actual bartender there.
Yeah, again, in the type of organization, we've never had an alcohol license in the 100+ years that we've been in operations. But it's a good question. I don't believe we would serve a resident alcohol or a guest alcohol without that resident being there. Kind of like a country club where you have to be a member of the country club because we're going to charge it to the resident's account. So there's no cash being exchanged. There's no credit cards. It's all going to go to their apartment.
One final question. With the Pour My Bev concept, are there any other jurisdictions you can refer to that currently have this? Because I'm just curious about it. I've never heard of it before.
Yes, there are other states that use this system. We've been in contact with that company. They used to be called Pour My Beer. I don't know if you all have heard of that, either of those companies, but they're used a lot in country clubs. They're used a lot in senior retirement communities. They're used a lot for different convention centers and things of that nature.
Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other question by any other board members? Do you have any other representation that you want to make, Mr. Basile?
I guess the only question I have that's really of importance to me is in a pub area in DC, if a resident, if we have alcohol in a pub and then we also have 2 dining venues, once you have this liquor license or alcohol license, are residents able to bring in their own bottle of wine rather than be purchased bottles of wine? I think we want to make sure residents are wanting to still be able to bring in their own alcohol if they choose so. So I just wanted to ask that question.
And they're bringing their alcohol where?
So they leave their apartment and they come downstairs to the main dining room where they're serving themselves wine. Just, it's their house, right? It's their home.
Well, I mean, restaurants allow, I guess some restaurants allow, or some establishments allow folks to come into the establishment with a bottle, and I guess they charge them a corkage fee. So there is some, and I don't quote me on that, and so I'm going to direct you back to licensing. So these are questions that you can ask licensing to say if a resident wants to come in with an alcohol with a commercial license, how do we go about doing that?
Okay.
Now, you apply for a license and you apply for a CX license. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the reason why we're having this hearing is to see if you qualify for this particular type, to see whether or not you you qualify for apply for this particular type of license based on the presentation made today. This is not the appropriate type of license for the facility, because there are the law has in order to be a CX license, you have to be what's called either a legitimate theater. Um, um, we that license is only granted to a legitimate theater, universities, museums, conference centers, art galleries, facilities for the performance of sports, cultural, or tourist related activities, to indoor parks, buildings, and facilities that primarily serve as recreational playgrounds or workspaces. And um, so that is specifically what a multi-purpose license um, requirement to have a multi-purpose license. Based on the presentation, since you talk about a pub, a multi-purpose license is not the appropriate license category for you to apply for. So what we are going to do, what the board is going to do, is to direct you back to licensing, for you to sit down with licensing to explain to them your concept, what it is that you want to do, and our licensing division will provide you, based on your concept, the type of license that you should apply for. Because I believe that based on the presentation, that's why you're having this fact finding here today. If you had applied for a different type of license, you wouldn't have this fact finding here, and you would have had conversations with licensing. So what I would say is that we're going to direct you back to, we're going to have our licensing division contact you, and for you to sit down with someone in the division. You can explain to them what is it you're trying to do, the concept, and they will let you know the proper type of license that you should apply for, and provide you with that with background information about what is it that you can do. You can talk to them also about residents who still want to enter the space, the commercial space, with their own alcohol, and they can provide you with some instructions or some guidance how to work that process. I mean, you also talk about pour my beer. I think what's the concept again? I'm sorry.
Pour my bev.
Pour my bev, and so
Yes.
they can share with you their reasonable interpretation of what does that mean, if to have that in the facility. Okay, they can explain that to you. But I just think that based on the presentation that you made, this is not the a CX license, not the appropriate license. I don't know what's the appropriate license for you to apply for, but clearly the presentation does not it doesn't appear to fit the guidelines for a CX license.
Well, I appreciate you all's time and appreciate your assistance, and I sorry to have hopefully not wasted too much of your time as you're helping us get this program started.
It's not a waste. The bottom line is that you applied for a license category, and because this license is not a license that's granted. There are not that many CX licenses within our license that have been issued. So anytime someone applies for this type of license, we always have a fact finding hearing for you to tell us why is it that you believe that this is the appropriate type of license for you, and then based on the questions that you provide, then we would say, I'm not sure if it's the type of license for you, but then we're going to have you sit down with licensing, and they can tell you the type of license to apply for. And I just want to say to you that outside of a restaurant license, you don't have to serve food. So if that was the issue, if it was the issue that that because we have to because of food, then you're not a restaurant. So there are other type of licenses that have no food requirement. Okay, and so we'll make sure that licensing connect with you to provide you the guidance regarding the type of license to apply for. And so so I'm not sure. I don't believe so I mean that's basically what we're going to do is that direct licensing to connect with you to review your plans of what is it that you want to do, and they will provide you the proper guidance of the proper type of licensing to apply for, because a CX license based on the presentation today is not the appropriate category for you. Okay?
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, sir, and have a great day.
Thank you.
All right.
Cement to the popcorn kernels, and you'll be amazed by the result.
Can I need everyone to mute their line, please?
In my house.
And with that said, we are at the end of our morning calendar. Since we're at the end of our morning calendar, let me now do our agenda items for the morning. Okay. So the first agenda item, let's do our legal agenda. The first matter on legal agenda is review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated October 2nd, 2024 for case number 24 CMP 00017 and case number 24 CMP 00018, Dirty Water, license number 125771. And let me find the offer in compromise. Hold on, please. So the offer in compromise for Dirty Water, this is for case number 24 CMP 00017, charge 1, sale to minor, statutory authority, DC Code section 25781. A warning will be issued. Charge 2, sale to an intoxicated patron, statutory authority, DC Code section 25-781A2. There is a $1,000 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until this fine is paid. For case number 24 CMP 00018, charge 1, increase occupancy without approval, statutory authority, DC Code section 25762B1. There is a fine of $1,000 payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review of a settlement agreement dated September 25th, 2024, by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1E and Medusa Lounge, license number 1299227. I make a motion that the board approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review of a settlement agreement dated August 28th, 2024, by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 7C, the Northeast Boundary Civic Association, and Skips Liquors, license number 078204. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review of a settlement agreement dated September 19th, 2024, by and between the Colorado Citizens Association, the Vernon House Condominium, and her diner, license number 1294770. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review of settlement agreement dated September 16th, 2024, signed between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2E, the Citizens Association of Georgetown, and Georgetown Pantry, license number 129220. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6, review of a settlement agreement dated September 17th, 2024 by between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2E, the Citizens Association of Georgetown, and RK Chocolate, license number 129115. I make a motion that we approve this settlement agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 7, review of applicant's request to continue protest hearing dated September 23rd, 2024, in case number 24 PRO 00071. The protest ANC consents to the continuance. This is J&D Market, license number 103723. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 8, review of applicant's motion to dismiss ANC 4D's protest dated September 17th, 2024, in case number 24 PRO 00083, Roja Liquors, license number 060496. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our legal agenda, medical cannabis. The first matter on our legal agenda, medical cannabis, is the review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated September 27th, 2024 for case number 24 ULC 00017. It is Stoners DC LLC, so it's Farms DC Cannabis Store, Stones/Farms, Stones, Stoners, STONEZ DC, unlicensed cannabis retailer. And let me read the offer in compromise. So the offer in compromise for this case, it's case number 24 ULC -00017. The terms are as follows. Number 1, cease operations. Respondent shall cease operating as an unlicensed cannabis retailer selling cannabis and cannabis products or take any actions that violate the DC Code Section 7-1671-08. Respondent shall cease its lease at 521 H Street Northeast, Washington, D.C. 20002. B, the District of Columbia shall have the authority to enforce this offer in compromise, and the Board's August 14th, 2024 cease and desist order, Board Order number 2024-577 in Superior Court of the District of Columbia or by any other avenue as outlined in D.C. Superior Court Section 7-1671.12 AF. 2, collection of personal item. Respondent may schedule with the Alcohol Beverage and Cannabis Board, ABCA, enforcement a mutually convenient time to retrieve personal items as listed in 2B and from 521 H Street, Northeast Washington, D.C. 20002. Respondent shall be accompanied by a representative from ABCA and the Metropolitan Police Department. 2A. If respondent wishes to schedule a time to retrieve personal items, it shall contact ABCA enforcement within 7 days of signing the offer in compromise. ABCA will not return to respondent any items seized by ABCA or MPD. B. Personal items respondents may retrieve are pocketbooks, iPads, laptops, Kaluf, Kallouf, Kalouf's medicine, makeup containers, makeup, perfume bottles, computers, tables, desks, display cases, decor, couches, tools, cleaning supplies, wall art, tobacco products and accessories, printers, label printers, cameras, security equipment, credit card terminal, window signs, furniture boxes, and TVs. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2 on this agenda, it's a review of a settlement agreement dated September 12, 2024 between VDC LLC and Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2G. VDC LLC trade name not available at this moment. The license number is 128914. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review of request for cease and desist hearing dated September 25th, 2024 in case number 24 ULC 00030, Legacy DC, 1937 14th Street Northwest, unlicensed cannabis retail. I make a motion that we grant a hearing of this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review of request for cease and desist hearing dated September 25th, 2024 in case number 24 ULC 00032, Yerba Buena, unlicensed cannabis retailer. I make a motion that we grant this hearing. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Anderson. I'm sorry, Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review of request for cease and desist dated September 27th, 2024 in case number 24 ULC 00031, Smoke Jumpers, unlicensed cannabis retailer. I make a motion that we approve this request for hearing. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6, review of request for summary closure hearing dated September 25th, 2024 in case number 24 ULC 00026, Green Cloud Shop, 706 Kennedy Street Northwest, unlicensed cannabis retailer. I make a motion that we approve this request for hearing. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. And let us now move to our legal cannabis legal cannabis addendum. Number 1, review of a settlement agreement dated September 18th, 2024 between between the Advisory Neighborhood Commission 5C and One Stop Wellness LLC, Chivilla, CHILLVILL Wellness, license number 127909. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review of request for summary closure hearing dated September 30th, 2024 in case number 24 ULC 00029 Fight Pass, 1338 U Street Northwest, unlicensed cannabis retailer. I make a motion that the board approve this request for hearing. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Now let's go to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is review a request to remove the license from safekeeping for reopening. This is for 209 Food Hall Carryout, license number 128908. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review application. Sorry. Review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Rebel Taco, license number 119836. I make a motion that we grant this request through March 31st, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review application to extend safekeeping of a license. This is Skylark Lounge, formerly license number 090611. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Hammer and Nails DuPont, formerly Marrakesh / Aurora Lounge, license number 124770. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is to be determined Capital Square Associates LP, license number 118463. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Wine and Spirits Depot, license number 126931. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 7, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Lucky Bar, license number 020234. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 8, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Cookie Corner, license number 111680. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 9, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Crazy Aunt Helen's, license number 118297. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 10, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Malice O'Brien and Sandground PLLC, license number 127470. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 11, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Miles O'Brien and Sander Ground PLLC, license number 129152. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 12, review application to extend safekeeping license. This is for Mid-Cities Beer, Wine, Spirits, and More, license number 118072. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 13, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Blair Investment LLC, license number 127407. I make a motion that we grant this extension through March 31st, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 14, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Karen Restaurant, license number 088512. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 15, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Pearls Bagels, license number 116638. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 16, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for to be determined. It's Capital Investment Real Estate LLC, formerly Chesapeake, license number 127673. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 17, review of architectural floor plan for new Class B full-service grocery store. Excuse me. This is Union Kitchen, license number 129641. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 18, review request to remove the tasting permit endorsement. This is for Compact Supermarket, license number 112577. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental licensing agenda is review request to remove the license from safekeeping for reopening. This is for Epic Restaurant and Lounge, formerly Sandovan Restaurant and Lounge, license number 092705, number 129639. So I believe it has the old license and the new license. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review correspondence from Richard J. Bianco Esquire regarding status of the license. This is for Cloud Restaurant and Lounge Sports Bar, license number 093572. This is an FYI for the board. We now move to the board's temporary one-day and substantial change docket. This docket has 44 applicants. I'm going to read the name. I'm going to go through all 44 applicants. So I'll give the name, what's been requested, the date, the license number, and the potential numbers. And I will make a recommendation. And at the end of all 44, I'll make a motion that the board approve the requests, the recommendations made by the chair. Number 1, it's a request from Talisa Mickens. This is for one-day license class F. This is for the pickleball tournament. This is October 9th. The license number is 130066. 75 attendees. 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 2, another request from Talisha Mickens, a one-day license class F, pickleball tournament, October 10th. The license number is 130067. 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 3, another request from Talisha Mickens, 1-day license class F, pickleball tournament. This is October 13. The license number is 130068. 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 4, another request from Talisa Mickens, a 1-day license class F, pickleball tournament, October 16th. The license number is 130069. 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 5, a request from Talisa Mickens, 1-day license class F, pickleball tournament, October 18th. The license number is 130070. 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 6, a request from Talisa Mickens, 1-day license class F, pickleball tournament, October 20th. The license number is 130071. 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 7, a request from Talisa Mickens, 1-day license class F, pickleball tournament, October 23rd. The license number is 130072. 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 8, Talisa Mickens, a 1-day license class F, pickleball tournament, October 27th. The license number is 130073. 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 9, Talisa Mickens, 1-day license class F, pickleball tournament, October 30th. The license number is 130074. 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 10, a request from Talisa Mickens, 1-day license class F, pickleball tournament, October 3rd. License number 130075. 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 11, a request from Talisa Mickens, 1-day license class F, pickleball tournament, November 6th. License number is 130076. 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 19, a request from Talisa Mickens, 1-day license class F, pickleball tournament, November the 10th. License number is 130081. 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 13, a request from Talisa Mickens, 1-day license class F, pickleball tournament, November 13th. License number 130077. 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 14, a request from Talisa Mickens, 1-day license class F, pickleball tournament. This is for November 16th and November 17th. The license number is 130078. 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 15, a request from Talisa Mickens, 1-day license class F, pickleball tournament, November 20th. The license number is 130079. 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 16, a request from Lana Elvine, 1-day license class F, podcast live, October 2nd and October 3rd. The license number is 130017. 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 17, Lana Elvine, 1-day license class F, podcast live, October 5th. The license number is 130018. 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 18, request from Lana Elvine, 1-day license class F, podcast live, October 8th. The license number is 130019. 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 19, a request from Lana Elvine, 1-day license class F, podcast live, October 10th and 11th. The license number is 130020. 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 20, request from Lana Elvin, 1-day license class F, podcast live, October 17, license number 130021. 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 21, request from Lana L. Zine, one-day license class F, podcast live, October 19th. The license number is 130022. 100 attendees through security guards approval. Number 23, request from Lana L. Zine, one-day license class F, podcast live, October 25th. License number is 130023. 100 attendees through security guards approval. Number 23, a request from Lana L. Zine, one-day license class F, podcast live. This is for October 27th. The license number is 130024. 100 attendees to security guards approval. Number 24, request from Lana L. Zine, podcast live, October 29th. The license number is 130025. 100 attendees to security guards approval. Another request from Lana L. Zine, one-day license class F, podcast live, October 18th and October 19th. License number is 130126. 100 attendees to security guards approval. Number 26, a request from Lana L. Zine, one-day license class F, podcast live, October 30th. License number 130127. 100 attendees to security guards approval. Number 27, Lana L. Zine, one-day license class F, podcast live, October 16th. License number 130128. 100 security guards. 100 attendees to security guards approval. Number 28, Lana L. Zine, one-day license class F, podcast live, October 22nd. License number 130129. 100 attendees to security guards approval. Number 29, Lana L. Zine, one-day license class F, podcast live, October 31st. The license number is 130130. 100 attendees and 2 security guards approval. Number 30, a request from Matthew Williams, one-day license class F, wedding October 12th, license number 130131. 80 attendees, 3 security guards approval. Number 31, request from Owen Vacheron, Vacheron, one-day license class F, comedy show, October 12th, license number 130084. 175 attendees, 3 security guards approval. Number 32, a request from Myrna Zevkova, Vhelyazkova, one-day license class F, concert, October 22nd, license number 130091. 150 attendees, 3 security guards approval. Number 33, a request from Diane Ryu, HRHYU, a one-day license class F, agricultural lecture. This is October 10th. The license number is 130166. 70 attendees, 2 security guards approval. Number 34, another request from Diane Rahu, HRHYU, one-day license class F. It's for an architecture lecture, October 15th. The license number is 130162. 70 attendees, 2 security guards approval. 35, a request from Ashley Monora, M-O-R-E-N, Moreno, a one-day license class F fundraiser, October 26th. License number 130175. 200 attendees, 4 security guards approval. Number 36, a request from Valerie J. Settles, one-day license class G, DC Wine Festival, October 19th. License number 130090. 200 attendees, 4 security guards approval. Number 37, a request from Zulgar Abisa, Zulfiqar, ABBASI, for one-day license class G, a reception October 12th. The license number is 130095. 70 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 38, Kalisha Akil D. Olivieri, a one-day license class G, fundraiser October 10th. The license number is 130096. 100 attendees, 15 staff, security guards. Approval. Number 39, a request from Joseph Raganis, one-day license class G, happy hour, October 2nd, license number 130174. 60 attendees, 3 security guards. Approval. Number 40, this is District E, one-day substantial change, reception, nature of substantial change to use liquor off premises at 7th Street Northwest Gallery Place. This is on October 5th. The license number is 122857. The substantial change license is 24SC01030. Approval. Number 41, Metro Bar, one-day substantial change event, Howard Homecoming. Nature of substantial change to participate in hosting Howard University Homecoming celebration on that day. This is on October 20th. The license number is 117857. Substantial change license is 24SC01031. This is approval. Enforcement will be monitoring the event. Number 42, the Arsenal, a one-day substantial change for fundraiser. The nature of substantial change to use a license off premises at Penn Avenue between 7th and 3rd Avenue Northwest. This is on October 12th. The license number is 090281. Substantial change license is 24SC01033. Approval. Number 43, Anna Restaurant and Bar, one-day substantial change for fundraiser. Nature of substantial change use license off premises at 1309 5th Street Southeast. This is on October 19th. The license number is 098684. Substantial change license 24SC01034. Approval. Number 44, Keith Group LLC. It's a pub crawl. Halloween Bar Fest DC 2024, October 26th. The license number is 000008. The substantial change license is 24 PCE 00028. The request for this one will be a fact-finding. The recommendation is a fact-finding. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board approve the recommendation made by the chair for the one-day substantial change docket. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to the board's licensing administrative docket. And the licensing administrative docket for today, there are 14 applicants on this license. And I make a motion that without objection, the board approves all the applicants on the Wednesday, October 2nd, licensing administrative docket. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Now let's do the board's medical cannabis licensing agenda. There are 8 applicants on this agenda. I'll review all 8, and I will make a recommendation, and at the end of the list, I'll ask the ABC board to approve the recommendations made by the chair. So this is the conditional retail and internet retail applications. The number one, review of request to convert standard application to a conditional retailer license. This is for Greenway, license number 129363. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there, so the recommendations for approval. Number two, review of standard application for conditional retail license. The Holistic District license number 129436, recommendation for approval. This is now the standard retail application number three. Review of social equity application for new retailer license with delivery endorsement. This is for KAE, license number 128694, recommendation placard. Appeal, review of appeal of denial for social equity application for conditional retailer license. This is for KAW Enterprise, license number 129413, recommendation approval. This is now the request. Number five, review of extension request for 180 days for unlicensed operator. This is for Don Fuego, license number 126790. This is the request is that we have a fact signing hearing. Number six, review of extension request for 180 days for unlicensed operator. This is for Wishing Wellness, license number 126740. Recommendation of fact finding. Number seven, review of brand packaging and design. This is for Ewarts. DC Extract LLC, license number 126065. Recommendation approval. Number eight, review of brand packaging and design. This is for DC Extracts LLC, license number 126065, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board approve the request, the recommendations by the chair for the medical cannabis licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, a second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. And our final agenda for the morning, it's our medical cannabis license administrative docket. There are two agenda items, and the first one is New Leaf Smoke Shop, license number 126727. They're a medical cannabis retailer with delivery and education testing, safe use treatment facility, and summer garden endorsement. New application, social equity applicant. And number two is Metro Leaf, license number 127754, medical cannabis retailer with delivery endorsement, new application, social equity. I make a motion that ABC Board grants these application. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We're now at the end of our agenda items for today. And if there's no further business, the board will adjourn until our 1:30 hearing. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further development. Thank you. Have a good morning. We are on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. Joining us this afternoon are two other board members, Mr. James Short and Mr. Silas Grant. The board has 3 members in attendance for the conduct of business this afternoon, and that constitutes a quorum. This afternoon, we have 4 cases. No, 5 cases we have on our calendar this afternoon, and so before we get underway, I just want to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. As I stated before, we have 5 cases on our calendar this afternoon. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights of each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Excuse me. Our first case this afternoon is a fact-finding hearing. It's the Fitzgerald of Palisades, 4865 MacArthur, license number 129529. I think they're applying for a CX multi-purpose facility license. Ms. Oriella, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure thing. Andrew Klein, your access has been elevated. Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated. And Alfonso Wesley, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Klein, I'm looking at a black hole where you're supposed to be, sir.
Indeed.
Mr. Klein, we have been doing these hearings, Mr. Klein, for like 4 years now, Mr. Klein. 4 years, Mr. Klein, and we still can't get it together. What's the problem, Mr. Klein?
Mr. Anderson, the technology does not always work the way it's supposed to.
But this is 4 years now, Mr. Klein. I mean, we were one of the few. We were on board as soon as the unfortunate COVID. We were on board, and we've been doing virtual hearings consistently since I think maybe March of 2000, and so we've been doing this. Anyway, good afternoon, everyone. I have the pleasure of messing with Mr. Klein, but I know that he will not take it personal. All right, so let me have the parties identify themselves. We can start with you, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Andrew Klein, here on behalf of the applicant, Fitzgerald of the Palisades.
And I see Mr. Mixon. Mr. Mixon, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Cameron Mixon with Veritas Law Firm, counsel to the applicant, CAMERONMIXON.
Mr. Wesley, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your affiliation, sir?
Sure. Well, good afternoon, Chair and Board. I am Alfonso Wesley. I am the General Manager at the Fitzgerald. You said spell my name?
Yes, sir.
Okay. ALPHONSOWESTLEY.
Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Klein, who's the lead attorney in this case, sir?
I am.
Okay. All right. This is a fact-finding hearing, and basically this establishment applied for a multi-purpose license. And the purpose of this the statute specifically states, so hold on a minute, please. The statute specifically states that in order to apply for a CX license as what was applied by this facility, it has to be a legitimate theater. The premises in which the principal business shall be the operation of live theatrical, operatic, or dance performance, the operation of recreational facilities, the viewing of motion pictures, or such other lawful adult entertainment as a board given due regard to the convenience of the public and the strict avoidance of sales prohibited by Title 25 of the DC Official Code shall classify as a legitimate theater. So Section 25-113G1, A, it's a multi-purpose facility license shall be issued to legitimate theaters, universities, museums, conference centers, art galleries, facilities for the performance of sports, cultural or tourism-related activities, and to indoor parks, buildings, and facilities that primarily serve as recreational playgrounds or workspaces. 2. The licensee may permit consumption of alcoholic beverage on the parts of the licensed premises as may be approved by the board. 3. But that basically talks about the two types of multi-purpose license, which is our Class C, which is spirits, beer and wine, and B, D, beer and wine. And the board, in its sound discretion, may require the multi-purpose facility license to file a security plan with the board. Multi-purpose facility license, also required, shall apply with the terms of the should comply with the terms of the security plan. So, what was requested? It's an application for CX, and so the board would like to get some information about how is it that this applicant, if the license is granted, how do they comply with the statute? And based on the information that's gathered today, the board will either direct the agency to move forward in towards approving the application for the CX license, or the board might refer this matter for licensing to meet with the parties, with the applicant, and discuss a different type of license category. Any questions before we start?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so Mr. Klein, I just provided the statute, so it's either you or Mr. Wesley. Maybe you can tell us about the Fitzgerald and how is it that you believe that this they can qualify to apply for a CX license.
First of all, thank you for holding this hearing. It's certainly appropriate. This is not the typical CX license you have seen. However, if you look at 25-113G1, which you just read, we believe that the facility qualifies in at least 3 respects. And we're going to go through and flesh that out in a minute, but I want to first tell you from a legal standpoint what those are, why it qualifies. It's clearly not a legitimate theater. What it is an assisted living facility. What it's not is a legitimate theater. It's not a university. It's not a museum. It's not a conference center. And it's not an indoor park or related to sports or tourism related activities. However, what it is number one, a facility for the performance of cultural activities. Number 2, an art gallery. And number 3, with respect to the facilities that we're talking about on the lower level on the first floor, it is facilities that primarily serve as recreational playgrounds or workspaces. So we think the statute is broad. I concede that this is perhaps what the board doesn't usually see, which is why we're before you on this fact finding. But as we go through it, I think you will see, given what is proposed at the Fitzgerald, at the Palisades, for the benefit of assisted living residents, qualifies under the statute. So we had submitted, and we submitted some materials. We initially submitted a list of certain activities. I will go through those with Mr. Wesley, and then we would like to review the physical layout so that we can show you the facilities that are there. May I proceed, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, you can, but before, just give background information. What is the Fitzgerald? Tell us what's the concept. So before you tell us how you believe that it qualifies under one of these three categories, just give us some background information about the Fitzgerald. I'm not familiar with it. Okay.
So the Fitzgerald is intended as an assisted living facility, which means that those that are in their later years or for other reasons would move into this facility as residents, and that's on the upper floors. And we're not talking about licensing the upper floors. We're not here to license someone to consume alcohol under our license in their residences. But on the lower level and on the first level, as you will see from the plans that we will show you in a few minutes, there are facilities for all kinds of activities that we believe qualify under the statute. And more importantly than that, there are intended and planned and will be various activities that will be available, frankly, not only to residents of the Fitzgerald, but also to the broader community, because as part of the Fitzgerald coming into this community, this is in the Palisades. You're certainly familiar with it. And it is a residential neighborhood. So certainly there have been a lot of discussions with the community about what this facility will be and what it won't. And part of those discussions involved including the community and providing access to the community to use the facilities and participate in the various events, cultural events that will be available and will be sponsored at the facility. Does that clarify what it is on the front end, Mr. Chair?
All right, that's fine. You can. I'm going to have some other questions I'm going to ask you, but you can do your presentation.
Mr. Wesley, you prepared a list of various activities that would take place or be offered in the facility. One was a red carpet speaker series. What is that? Tell the board what that is.
Sure. So the Red Carpet Speaker Series is a part of our whole body health philosophy known as the Art of Living Well. And the Art of Living Well is led by our creative wellness team. So it's really our recreational team. Each experience is really designed to promote one of our 9 dimensions of wellness. So it can be from physical fitness, intellectual stimulation, to social connectivity, artistic expression, more specifically, the Red Carpet Speaker Series is one of those components where we're committed to the intellectual and cultural diversity within the greater community of the District of Columbia, where we will partner with local compelling speakers. For example, 2 weeks ago, we had Martha Raddatz actually come out to our community. And it was open not just to our members and residents who will be moving in shortly, but to the greater community. So all of DC was actually invited, and we had about 150 guests and on top of our members attend that event. And if you don't know Martha Raddatz, she's the chief political correspondent for MSNBC. So it was a really compelling conversation and dialogue where she talked about her book, her career. But those are the things that we're committed to be sure that, one, we're engaging with our members, but also being sure that we're committed to the greater community.
Great. And also on our list was live music and dancing. Tell the board what that would be. When might you do that, and what's intended with respect to that?
Sure. So, as you know, older adults, they don't slow down. If anything, they continue to be very active. But once again, through our Art of Living Well program and philosophy, we want to be sure that we're giving options and forums for people to be creative and engaged. So we're actually partnered with the Kennedy Center. And we actually had an event about 2 months ago where the director of ballet came out to do a behind the scenes panel with our members and guests that was open to the public as well, where we had the opportunity, because we actually do have some former ballerinas who are moving in, and they were able to learn new steps, new dances, and they actually had an amazing time where we actually involved culturally diverse foods. But that was really one of the partnerships that we hold close to our heart, because there's a lot of things that the Kennedy Center will do for individuals with dementia. And this was one of those specific programs that focused on that.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Where's Mr. Klein? Both Mr. Klein and Mr. Mixon have disappeared from my screen. I'm confused. Is this facility open?
So the community itself is not open, but we have what's called an offsite discovery center where we, you can actually see it behind me, it's a rendering, but this is where we host events, which is less than a mile away from the actual construction site. Because we definitely want to start engaging with the community now, before we actually physically open next year.
Okay, so what you've been talking about, these are events that you're holding in the community that you plan to bring in-house once. So when is it that you anticipate that the residents will be open for folks to start moving in?
May of 2025.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'll pass it back to you, Mr. Klein.
What's going on with Mr. Klein, Mr. Mixon?
I'm not quite sure, but I will confirm with him offline. Likely just technology not cooperating.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
I can hear you now, Mr. Klein.
Yeah, I apologize. This is not me. This is Verizon with the internet connection being unstable. I apologize. Okay. All right. So we talked about the dancing and live music. Also listed on our list was happy hours and live performances. Mr. Wesley, can you talk about that?
Sure. So we are actually
I'm sorry, Mr. Wesley. I should have asked you that. So, the art of living that you talked about, how often how often would that occur? And so,
Oh, the art
when
of
you
living.
talk about the different experience activities, just let us know how frequent you'd have those experiences, those programs, please.
Sure. So the Art of Living Well program occurs daily in the community. And there could be a host of 14 different activities that would occur on any given day in the community building. And it could be from artistic expression, social connectivity, nutritional health, intellectual health, cultural, spirituality, environmental. And it goes into different dimensions from there. So it could be like a community cleanup and crew recycling program. It could be a part of our chef's table where residents who are bold and adventurous maybe want to try different things. It could be what we call Kisco University, which is our parent company, which is our lifelong learning program where we actually partner with OSHA. We partner with John Hopkins actually, where we host educational courses on our actually in our building for older adults. So that's not just once again for our members, but that's also for older adults who live in the greater community as well. So every day there's a host of programs happening in the community. And we're not just assisted living, we're also independent living. And we also have memory care in our community as well.
All right. The list is there. I'm not going to go over every item on the list. We've included in a packet to the board, but ask Mr. Wesley some other questions. Mr. Wesley, the code, when it talks about multipurpose facilities, also mentions workspaces. Will there be workspaces provided in the facility, and if so, how?
Sure. So there are currently different conference spaces and multi-purpose rooms. One of them being our gallery, which is a rotating curated art gallery. We partner with a lot of organizations, but one specifically is the Palisades Community Association. They will have a town hall space. So we actually have been hosting town halls here at our Discovery Center. They do town halls once a month where you could join virtually or in person. So we want to be that option. And typically a lot of community members actually come out for that. So it's kind of hard to host it here at our Discovery Center. So we can't wait to get into the building. I'm trying to think of other organizations right now. Oh, so we actually have probably one of the longest and most frequented farmers markets in the city, actually. So every Sunday, if you're not familiar on Saturday, there is a farmers market that's facilitated by the Palisades Community Association on our block. We offer up that space and we will continue to offer up that space once we're operational. But we are open to any community group, organization. We also partner with the Palisades Community Library. We actually have 2 libraries in our facility, but we'll partner with them to have books on loan because, of course, we will have some members who are not ambulatory or who are not able to get out as often, and that'll also be open to the public based on their preferences for different genres. But we'll definitely continue to be open to the public to use our facilities. We have a multi-purpose fitness space also in our community. Of course, physical fitness is important to us, but we have to actually partner with the Palisades Villages. And if you're not familiar with the villages in DC, every neighborhood has one. And it's typically to allow residents to age in place and stay in the home of their choice, whether it's in our community or outside of our community. So we've opened up our doors already by going to the Palisades Recreational Center, hosting aquatic therapy there. But we actually will have an indoor saltwater pool in our lower level, and we'll bring the aquatic fitness into the building once we're operational. So there's a lot of opportunities for us to continue to bridge what we offer to our residents and members to the greater community. One thing that we will also be having is a clinic, and MedStar is our partner. So we'll be offering clinic space so that residents who live in the Northwest don't necessarily have to go into Georgetown Hospital to be seen. They can be seen right here in the greater community where they live.
In the statute, something else that is mentioned are art galleries. And you mentioned that there is an art gallery in the facility as well. Tell the board what that is and how that's going to work and what's intended with respect to that art gallery.
Sure. So when you enter into our main lobby, you'll be ushered right into a lot of different art. It'll be rotating on a quarterly basis. We actually have some pretty renowned members who are artists themselves who have art at the Corcoran, the Phillips Museum, but we do have some stipulations. It can't just be anyone's art. We've also partnered with local art galleries here in the Palisades, as well as in the Northeast area, to highlight really diverse artists throughout the district. So we will definitely continue that. We actually do it here now at our Discovery Center. The last one was one of our members who, I can't remember, but I know that she spent a lot of time in Arizona and New Mexico. So her art is definitely at the Corcoran. And we want to continue that on a quarterly basis. So that's something that will continue to be in our lobby. We also will get art on loan because we are partnered with the Library of Congress and the Kennedy Center. And through their programs, we can have art and artifacts on loan in our community. That scares me a little bit, but I think it'll also be a great thing for the community. For those who can't get to, say, the Library of Congress, we can bring it to the community.
You're the general manager of the facility, correct?
Correct.
There's a lot of activities that you've mentioned. Is there dedicated staff to deal with all of these activities and the various facets of the cultural and other events that will be available in the facility?
We do. So we actually have already hired our Art of Living Well director. She will have lead and assistant, as well as drivers, because some of what we do will be excursions outside of the actual community. But they are charged with partnering with outside organizations as well as with our current members to offer things based on preference, as well as some folks with needs.
Okay, and what will their responsibilities be for what goes on within the facility?
Sure. So just to reference back to the different elements of our program, it could be where they are partnering with technology. We actually have a tech concierge because we do know that as you get older, sometimes you may have issues with technology. So a part of being a member, we'll have a tech concierge dedicated to our members, but they'll also have, different technology classes. How do I use my new iPhone? Discovering what it is that they want to know more about. It could be Word, Excel, you name it. They'll also be pulling things together like our Promenade Test Kitchen, which is exploring diverse taste, because we know being here in DC, we are in a melting pot of diversity. So we want to be sure that we're catering to different palates. We talked about the state-of-the-art fitness center. So our Art of Living Well director, she is a certified lifeguard, and she's also a certified personal trainer. And she specializes in what's called, I'm blanking on it, but it's a specific boxing course for individuals who live with Parkinson's or have Parkinsonian symptoms. They'll form or help form our resident advisory council, which is actually part of the DC Health Regulation, where our residents will be informing us of what it is that they want to see, because they craft the community. There's not really one thing that we do at Kisco Senior Living, or specifically at the Fitzgerald, that we tell residents that's happening. They tell us what they want to see. They'll also pull together things like our community garden team. We do have a plot at the Palisades Community Garden. Right now, we have an active walking club that walks the C&O Canal. I mean, truly, they pull together things and craft things together that residents are asking us for. So every day, like I said, there's a host between 12 to 14 different programs that occur that are all driven by our resident committees and clubs.
And you've mentioned that many of these are recreational activities, including boxing, swimming, hiking, and others, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask that I seem to be having difficulties with connectivity. So I'm going to ask that Mr. Mixon be given privileges to share, because we want to walk the board through the floor plan, the lower level and the first level of the building, which is the facility that we seek to get licensed.
Mr. Oriana, please allow Mr. Mixon to share his screen. And one of the things you could talk about, one of the questions we're going to ask was how large is this art space? So maybe you can also first elaborate on that. Okay. Okay, go ahead. So
I have access. I will be putting it up just now.
Go ahead, sir.
All right, if you could enlarge the top one.
Larger, please.
Yeah. Okay. It's also been transmitted to legal. So
I haven't. I don't have that information, Mister. All I have, at least all that was provided to us, was the information regarding
the list.
Tisco signature. That's what I have a. Oh, wait a minute. It's a 30-page document. Okay.
It's towards the end, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I think it's the last 2 pages.
Page 16.
Page 16. Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
Mr. Wesley, this is the lower level, correct?
Yes.
All right. Walk us through what do we see here? What is this facility?
Sure. So if you're looking where it says south, that is just to denote that this is the south part of our building, facing MacArthur. When you come down those 2 elevators, you are immediately in one specific gallery, but not the main gallery. But in that area, we will have art throughout, which will also be a part of a quarterly rotation. As you go to the left, we do have a salon service inside of our building for our residents and the greater community. Around the corner from that, you'll see a theater. That is truly a movie theater. And we will have a part of our arts and cultural club. Our residents will be informing what films will be shown, but it's also a multi-purpose space and can be used for different meetings, sessions, as well as classroom sessions when we start to have OSHA learning on site. Down below, you see the fitness center, which is adjacent to the yoga studio, which is also a multi-purpose space, that yoga studio. But you'll see free weights, you'll see machines, and we will have yoga, Tai Chi, Zumba in that space. At the lower, you'll see the saltwater pool with the spa. It is ADA, so we will definitely, once again, be open to the greater public. More specifically, we'll be partnering with Palisades Villages and offering recreational therapy for older adults who live in throughout DC. We also have an interior pet spa because we do realize that a lot of our members will be bringing their pets, and a lot of our guests will also bring pets. We are definitely pet friendly, so it's actually an indoor pet relief area, and it's also kind of a playground for dogs. At the upper right corner, I talked about MedStar being our partner. So that's where some physicians will be housed throughout the week to see not just our members, but like I said, it's open to the public. They'll also have physical therapy, occupational and speech therapy available in that space as well.
All right. Mr. Mixon, if you could move to the other layout diagram.
Sure. So what you see here, where it says south again, that is our main entrance to the community building. If you see north, that is the secondary entrance, which is the north side, but that is a parking garage that you're looking at. But back to the south side where it says gallery, once you enter the main entrance, that is the main curated art gallery, like I said, that will be on a rotation per quarter. Adjacent to that is our library that will have books that are being brought in by our members who are going to be moving in. But once again,
Mr. Mixon, can you use your cursor to identify the area that he's talking about? Because I don't know. Please.
I think we're looking about here at present.
Yep, that's the library there. So there will be books in there that we will bring in from members who are moving in, but we will also have books from the Palisades Library, which is not too far from us. Below that is Zelda's Lounge. Zelda's is one of 4 dining venues in the actual building. The goal for Zelda's is to have a separate menu from the other restaurants. That would be the full service lounge if we receive our alcohol license. So beer and wine would be served and sold from that location. If you go through the great room, you'll see the Street Car Cafe. That is our fast casual dining venue right there. So different menu from Zelda's. It'll be kind of salads, soups, kind of like your Panera Bread concept, where a residence guest can purchase from there. Across the hall is at the Boulevard, which is the third venue. We'll have a different menu as well. And if you look at all these venues actually lead out to al fresco dining to our main courtyard. And then the promenade, which is below the boulevard, is our fourth restaurant in the community building, which will also have a different offering as well. And then below that is our private dining room. That'll be a multi-purpose space for our members to reserve for different cultural holiday events. We'll use it for OSHA learning when we start having classroom style sessions at the community. And then right below that, the big gray box is actually a retail space. So a part of this development, we committed to the community to having a grocer option, kind of like Streets Market, because it's not that large, about 5,500 square feet. So that'll also be open to the public, but it'll be a tenant in that space. And that is the lower left. Yes, that's the first floor.
Great. All right. Thank you, Mr. Wesley. Mr. Chair, I'm going to make Mr. Wesley available to answer any questions the board has. In the materials that we submitted or the diagrams that we just went over, job descriptions for the various people that are involved in coordinating the activities that have been described, a few brochures which provide more information on the facility. I didn't find the need to go over them with you here because I think we've covered what the facility is. But if you look at those materials, you'll see additional representations of what the Fitzgerald is. And there is also the list of activities that we talked about. And Mr. Wesley is available, and I'm available to answer any questions or address any concerns that the board might have.
All right, thanks. I guess just for the clarification, I know that you stated that the community can participate in some of the events at the residence. So just talk about that a little bit more. What is are the facilities that you can close the screen, please? Are the facilities, is it intended solely to serve the residents? Or I just give me a little bit more information about these services, and is it just the residents, or how much community involvement does the community have in some of the services that will be provided?
Sure. So we are completely open to the community, with the exception, of course, if you need care services, that is not open to the public because that's licensed through DC Health. We're only allowed to care for residents or members that actually reside at the Fitzgerald. But from our programming standpoint, that's all open to the public.
The public can go to the art museum. I mean, what about if a license is granted for the restaurants, or is that open for the public, or is that just for the residents?
It is open to the public, but you have to, of course, be invited. You can't come and make a reservation through Open Table. You really do have to be invited by a member. So if you think of it kind of like Cosmos, I mean, I'm a part of the university club. I can bring anyone I want, but you need to know someone who actually is a member. But in terms of everything else, programming wise, with the exception of the restaurant, because once again, DC Health is not going to allow us to have wait times for our residents. Everything is open besides the restaurants. You have to know someone to actually dine in our community.
All right, so you're talking about DC Health. So what portion of the facility? All right. Explain to me that your relationship with DC Health.
Sure. So the assisted living component of the community is licensed by DC Health. So the care component, us doing physical, so activities of daily living, bathing, grooming, transferring, those types of services are only available to our members because we're licensed, we will be licensed, to care for them. And a part of that would be the dining experience. DC Health wouldn't allow us to open up our reservation system to the greater public because they're not going to allow our residents to have wait times to dine in their own community. But anyone can dine in our restaurants as long as they're invited in. But anyone can participate in our programming, meaning they can participate in the art shows, any of our excursions, any of the programs that we're hosting through OSHA Learning. All that's open to the public.
Okay, so explain the facility. So a portion of your Senate, and I'm sorry if you've, I'm trying to read, I'm trying to listen and ask questions. So I apologize if you had answered some of the questions before.
Yeah.
So the Fitzgerald, tell me specifically, it's you said it's senior, it's assisted living, and tell me a little bit more about what it is.
So we are, if you want to think of it this way, we're a retirement community. So we offer independent living, which is fair housing, assisted living and memory care, which is licensed. So the majority of our facility is actually fair housing because it's independent living. The care component, the assisted living side, that's licensed through DC Health. So that's the only component that we're not able to share with the greater public unless they're a member, because DC Health won't allow us to physically care for individuals in the greater public unless they're a member. Just like someone who lives at any other senior living community in the district, they wouldn't be able to care for members, or excuse me, guests, unless they became residents. We say members instead of residents, but it's interchangeable.
So what's the population of the facility? I mean, total. What's the total population?
Sure. So we're 55 plus community because we're retirement. We're not licensed through DC Health yet, but we will have 138 residences. Typically for that size, the capacity would be about 165 residents in the actual facility.
That's total. I mean, that's total between the independent living, the assisted. So
correct.
So how I mean, what's the proposal? How is that broken down?
Sure. So there's about 53 independent living residents, 47 assisted living, and 37 memory care, which is also considered assisted living.
It said 53 what? I'm sorry.
Independent living residents.
Okay, what's the other number, please?
And 47 assisted living residents. And then 37 are a memory care. When I say residents, I mean actual apartments.
Okay, so tell me about what's assisted living, what's independent living, assisted living, and memory care. What's the difference between the three?
Independent living is fair housing, like you and I would live in our home currently. That's independent living. Assisted living and memory care basically are individuals who we are care planning for, meaning there is an activity of daily living that we may be assisting them with on a daily basis, whether that's bathing, grooming, transferring. Maybe we're helping you wayfind throughout the day because you may have a cognitive deficit. Or once again, back to when I talked about my Art of Living Well director being certified, Rock Steady is actually the boxing program for individuals who may be living with Parkinsonian symptoms. Those individuals are the ones that we would be actually caring for, we actually care plan for.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I think you basically responded to most of my. I think in the presentation, I think you have answered most of my questions. I probably will have more questions as I think about it. But any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Mr. Wesley.
Good afternoon, Mr. Alfonso Wesley.
Mr. Wesley, yes.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Mr. Wesley, what is the current certificate of occupancy which your facility operates now? What's on the certificate of occupancy?
Can you just clarify when you say what's on it? What do you?
Yeah. What classification? Forgive me. What classification is your?
Got it. So we are still under construction. We are seeking our CFO once we hit substantial completion, which will be in November.
So right now you're not operating at all?
The community is under construction. So now.
How many? So what's the total number of residents? I know you gave some numbers to the chairman, but what's the total number of clients, residents, persons you care for?
165.
And so You said something about construction being finished by May of 2025.
So that's when we will physically begin moving individuals in. We should be at substantial completion, probably Q4. So we're looking around November, December, being at substantial completion, and then our developer, Trammell Crow, will be seeking CFO from the city at that point.
So currently, again, a classification, you don't have a certificate of occupancy to be operating? Well, how are you operating now?
They're not operated, Mr. Short. They're not open. They're not open. What he had testified earlier is that the activities that they're having was at an alternative site, which was a mile away. But the facility is still under construction, so there's nothing going on in the physical confines of the building.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll start asking you the questions next, Mr. Chair, but you have all the answers. Thank you. But again, you mentioned that where are you currently operating? What address? Where are you currently operating?
Mr. Short, they're not. I mean, this is a 405.1, which under the regulations allows the application to be filed pending the issuance, the completion of the project and issuance of the certificate of occupancy. They're doing some activities at a remote site to market the facility and make people aware of what it's going to be, but they're not currently in operation.
Okay, well, that's fair. I guess what I'm just trying to figure out, if you're not going to be operating until May of 2025, today you're asking us to do what until that time? Or are you asking us to do something today without you being open or having a certificate of occupancy?
Only asking that you allow us to proceed with the license application for a multi-purpose facility under DC Code Section 25-113G1. So we filed the application. The question arose as to whether this facility was appropriate for the issuance of a multi-purpose license. And that's what brings us here today for you and the other board members to satisfy yourselves that this facility is appropriate for this particular class of license.
Thank you, Mr. Klein, again. Mr. Klein, you mentioned 25-113G1A. Or one,
Correct.
forgive
Yeah.
me.
Yes.
Now, and you did mention also in your opening that you were talking about indoor parks, buildings, facilities, service, recreation.
There's a whole lot in that section. I mean, there's really just a lot. And
I'm reading it right now, so
yeah,
I understand.
Right. So what our position is that we are a facility for the performance of cultural related activities, and that there are activities that serve as a recreational playground or workspaces, and there's an art gallery. So we're saying the totality of all of that fits under 25-113G1. Look, the other, let's put it on the table. The other licenses is where we apply for a tavern license. And that just seemed like, what? We're not a tavern. We couldn't apply for a restaurant license because, as the board knows, the definition of restaurant is one that is completely open to the public with no artificial barriers to entry. So it can't be a restaurant. So in looking at it, it was a choice between a tavern or a multi-purpose. And when we drilled down and we looked at it, we said, well, yeah, we think it qualifies as a multi-purpose. And that's what we're here today. If not, we'll move forward with the tavern, but I just don't think it's appropriate, but I leave that to the board.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Klein. Again, we see you often, so we know that you know what you're talking about, and you bring great clients here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thorne. I appreciate that.
Okay, now, Mr. Wesley, you also mentioned something about a club on 16th Street, the University Club, and you were saying you're going to be like that. Tell me how you're going to be like the University Club.
So just in regards to the restaurant component, so I'm a member of the U Club, so
okay,
you can't just make a reservation through Open Table, and that's what I was trying to make a comparison to. That yes, the public can dine there, but typically they're invited in by a member. So it's not that our restaurants aren't open to the public. It's just that we can't have wait times because our members, based on DC health requirement, they have to, there's a dining requirement, right? So they can't wait. So if it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, they shouldn't be waiting behind the public to dine.
I understand.
I
I'm kind of familiar with that place on
Okay.
16th Street, just a little bit. I am, and I'll just say this to you. It's best we can. I want to help you in this because I know Palisades quite well. I live in a neighborhood called Hillcrest, and we're kind of like brother and sister neighborhoods. I don't go to the 4th of July parade as much as I used to.
It's too hot.
Again, but I'm very familiar with Sibley Hospital and very familiar with some of the great residents you have there. I think one of our last former police chiefs used to live there or still lives there now. It's just a great place. And I used to work at Engine Company number 29 there on MacArthur Boulevard.
Yeah.
So I know the neighborhood very, very well. And it's deserving of a place. But again, as Mr. Klein was saying, if we can't fit you into the classification that you want, it won't hold up a tavern license or some other kind of license. But again, as you know about the U Club, there are a lot of culture things going on all the time. Our great library on the 1st floor and our gym on the 2nd floor and our swimming pool in the basement and all of the rooms upstairs that we rent out. So again, that's why if you use that concept, if it doesn't really fill into that category, which is it? That is an MX, as you probably know. But at any rate, I've heard the testimony, and I'll listen for more. And I might have some more questions later, if it's okay with Mr. Chairman. That I might, before you leave, ask more questions. But at any rate, I guess the very last thing I want to ask is, how will the rooms where the client's residents, where would they be in conjunction with the arts section, retail section? What's the proximity? I'm looking at the diagram you sent us, but and that's the reason why I wanted to know about the square footage or whatever else, because I was going to get into that with the CFO, but since we don't have a lot of that right now, just where would when the residents are there and they're bedded down for the evening, I would imagine, like most nursing homes, around 6, 7 o'clock, they all in bed. I would imagine. So let's say there's an event at 8:30, 9 o'clock in another part of what is the separation?
Sure. So the actual apartment homes are on the upper levels. So we are a mid-rise building, 6 floors. Once you get to we showed you the lower level and the 1st floor. So the apartment homes are between the 2nd floor and the 6th floor. So they're completely removed from the mixed-use space.
So that I don't become a hog with my questioning. That's the reason why I was trying to get the diagram you showed. Just showed the 1st floor. Is that correct? What's on the 2nd?
We didn't go past.
Lower level, Mr. Short.
Excuse me.
The 1st floor and the lower level is what we showed you.
Okay.
And
so
the residences are upstairs, and the activities are primarily, not exclusively, but primarily for the residences. So
I understand.
We're not going to have a rager going on until all hours of the night. It wouldn't be appropriate. So
okay, great. And we're on the same page with that. But I'm a public safety person. As I mentioned, I used to work at Engine 29 there on MacArthur Boulevard, and then later I became assistant fire marshal for the city. And so I would ask this. The reason why I was asking about the separation is, should there be a fire alarm that goes off with that conflict with the number of exits you have, or how would everybody get out in the different directions, and I guess it would depend on where the emergency was.
So
that's all been reviewed by DOD. We've got a building.
I understand, Mr. Klein. I'm just asking a friendly question. This is not a hostile question. I just simply
I didn't take it hostilely. I'm just trying to explain what we may not know, why we may not know the details of that, because that's not operations. That's building, and those are other people. That's all. We're not offended.
I understand. Okay. Well, he was getting ready to answer before you jumped in.
Mr. Wesley, go ahead if you can answer. Sure.
Yeah, I was just going to add that there's egress from every area that we mentioned. So, especially on the first floor, if there were a fire alarm to sound, every venue has an egress to the courtyard, which leads to the MacArthur Boulevard side, or it leads to the 48th Place side, where we have our arrival courtyard.
Great. Now, what types, if you were to get a license, whether it's tavern or CX or whatever, what kind of beverages alcohol would you want to serve with the license?
So
What types of
primarily
alcohol?
wine and beer, because that's typically what our residents go for is wine. But we want to be open enough to do a couple of what we call signature cocktails. So we would want to be able to serve spirits as well, because that is a part of what we do at what we call a Kisco signature community. And there's 5 Kisco signature communities throughout the U.S. We are the newest one. I'm actually here in Boston and Brookline, Massachusetts, opening our 4th community. It just goes online in 60 days. So,
okay. Well, I'll just say this: you won't be much competition for the people down there on Dana Place. So I told you I know the neighborhood quite well.
You do.
I used to dine a lot out in the years.
Yeah.
But at any rate, wish you very, very good luck.
Thank you.
And Godspeed on your project.
Thank you.
Palisades deserves it. And Mr. Klein, thank you for allowing me to ask questions. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to ask questions. And again, I wish you well, Mr. Wesley. That's all I have for right now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Any questions? Any questions, Mr. Grant? Mr. Wesley, you said Kisco Community. What is that? I'm sorry.
So Kisco Senior Living is our parent community. Our physical buildings are named after the actual something in the community or our architectural design. So we're the Fitzgerald because we are paying homage to the 1920 design, which is the biggest architectural design in DC. So that's why we're the Fitzgerald. And here in Boston, we call it the Newberry because we are building on the old Newberry College campus. So.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions at the time. I mean, I don't know. It's a different concept. It's a different concept. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I
need
would
to
just
review it.
point
Yeah.
out that
Go ahead, Mr. Schlein.
113G1 is pretty broad. And I think we've articulated today at least 3 different ways that this facility falls within the definition of 113G1. And it need not fall within all of them, certainly. If you're a museum, you're not a theater or a sporting facility. You only need to meet one. But this facility, in some ways, I'm not going to say it's an art gallery and that's all it is, because it's not. But it touches 3 concepts that are in the statute. It seems pretty clear that it is a facility for the performance of cultural activities. We talked about speakers, we talked about music, we talked about a lot of different activities. And it serves as a recreational playground. We have a pool. We talked about boxing. We talked about hiking activities and other recreational activities. And there might even be 4, because we've also got workspaces. Many of the rooms are flex rooms. We talked about the theater being available as not only showing movies, but available for community meetings and other types of meetings, all of which would constitute workspaces, and also potentially cultural activities. So I agree with you. I mean, I look, we struggled with how to bring this, but the more we looked at it, the more we were convinced that, yeah, the statute is broad, and we're not trying to sneak something in here. This would seem to be, particularly given its connection to the community and the ability of community groups to come in and use the spaces and participate in the various activities, it seems to meet the spirit of, and even the letter, not just the spirit of 113G1. And that's why we ask that you allow us to proceed with the multi-purpose facility license. We don't really want to go to the community and say, "Oh, we're applying for a tavern license." This isn't. This is like what?
I guess I understand, Mr. Klein, is that there are certain license classes that communities kind of have their communities are more unnoticed, depending on the license, based on the license. When I said unnoticed, depending on the, if you apply for a CR license, I think generally most people will not. You won't have any issues. But if you apply for generally, if you apply for a CR license, but if you're applying for a license other than a CR, then the community is normally unnoticed and trying to figure out what it is that you're trying to do.
Yeah, and we're going to work with them. It's not like, and I wasn't involved, but I know that the developer there was a lot of participation from the community with respect to this facility. And look, it's Palisades. I mean, you're not sneaking anything through. So they're very well aware what it is, what it's intended to be, and we plan to continue that dialogue no matter which license we proceed with. But rest assured of that. I mean, there's no question about that. That's required in that community, as it is in many communities, and this company takes that very seriously.
All right. Any other before bringing this matter to closure? Any other comments by any board members or anyone else?
Well, I'd like to just ask, since Mr. Klein mentioned the civic associations and the ANCs, has there been any contact with them about this project?
Oh yeah, I mean for years. I mean, yes,
they're really involved. Yeah.
Well, that didn't come up, and I just always like to ask that question. You know, I do.
Yeah. So Matt Fruman, I mean, we meet like monthly. I'm meet with the PCA president monthly as well. Like I said, we host the town halls for Palisades neighborhood at our Discovery Center, which you can see in my rendering behind me. So we can plan to continue to be very close to both the ANC and the PCA.
Thank you. I think that'd be very helpful for you.
Yeah, agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Wesley. Thank you for being here, Mr. Mixon, Mr. Klein. The board will take this matter under advisement, and we will advise you whether or not we believe this is it meets the definition of CX, or we'll have, as you stated, you had also applied for a CT license, and so therefore we'll advise you which whether or not we believe this fits the criteria for CX, or whether or not it's you should apply for a CT or some other license type. So thank you very much for your presentation today, and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the board.
All right. Thank you. Let me just all right. The next case on the calendar, let me just go through all these cases. Case number 24 ULC 00017, Farmers DC Cannabis Store, Stoner Farmers. This is an unlicensed cannabis retailer. This case is canceled due that the board approved an offering compromise on our legal agenda this morning. The next case on our calendar, we have a protest hearing, case number 24 PRO 00082, Fish Shop DC, license number 128628. The board granted the party's motion for continuance. The hearing is now scheduled for October 23rd at 1:30 p.m. And the last case on our calendar is a protest hearing, case number 24 PRO 00071, J&D Market, license number 103723. This hearing is rescheduled to November 24th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. And so the only case that's now left on our calendar is a show cause hearing, case number 24 CIT 00318, Mac Market and Deli, license number 125344. Good afternoon, Mr. Orietta. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure thing. Alicia Hogan Miller, your access has been elevated. And Investigator Felicia Dancer, your access has been elevated. Manny Singh, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. I don't see Manny Singh, do you have a camera to turn on?
Yes, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, sir. Do you have a camera you can turn on, sir?
Can you hear me? Can you see the camera?
No, sir. I cannot see the camera, but I can hear you.
You see me now, Chair?
Yes, yes, sir. I can see you. All right, Ms. Hogenmiller, can you please spell in? Good afternoon. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Good afternoon, Assistant Attorney General Alicia Hogenmiller, ALYCIA, on behalf of the district.
Good afternoon. Mr. Singh, can you please identify yourself for record by spelling and stating your name and your relationship to this establishment?
Manny Singh, MANNYSINGH. I am the manager.
And I just want to put on the record that it's my understanding that a representative letter was sent to the agency earlier, identifying you, Mr. Singh, as representing the establishment.
Yes.
Ms. Hogenmiller, if this matter goes to a hearing, do you have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, we would call lead investigator Felicia Dantzler.
Ms. Dantzler, can you please identify yourself for the record by spelling and stating your name?
Lead investigator Felicia Dantzler, Felicia F like Frank, EL, I like Ida, C like Charlie, I like Ida, A like Adam, Dantzler, D like David, A like Adam, N like Nora, T like Time, Z like Zebra, L like Lincoln, E like Edward, R like Robert.
All right, thank you. Ms. Hogenmiller, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
None from the district.
Any preliminary matter that you want to make, Mr. Singh? All right, so this is a full show cause hearing, and so there's no ABC manager on duty, and so basically the way it will go, Mr. Singh, both parties will have an opportunity to make an opening statement. The government has a burden, so therefore they will go first and present their documents and witnesses. They will call their first witness. After the government has questioned its witness, you'll have an opportunity to cross-examine the government's witness. After you have had an opportunity to cross-examine the government's witness, then the board will have an opportunity to ask questions of the witness. After the board asks questions of the witness, then if you have any questions of the witness based on the questions that the board asks, then you might be given an opportunity to ask questions. Then Ms. Hogenmiller, she'll have an opportunity to redirect questions to her witness. After the government has rested its case, then you can present your case. And so I don't know if you have any witnesses you wish to call, or but then you'll have an opportunity to do that. All right, sir. Any questions before we start?
No, thank you.
Ms. Hogenmiller, do you wish to do an opening statement, ma'am?
Yes.
Go ahead. Yes.
May it please the board. This case relates to the sole charge of Mac Market and Deli failing to have an ABC manager or owner. During the hearing, you will hear from ABCA lead investigator Felicia Dantzler about how when she went to Mac Market, she asked for the ABC manager or owner. Mr. Singh indicated that the owner was not there and that he was not an ABC manager. You will also hear about how Felicia Dantzler observed Mr. Singh sell alcoholic beverages when there was no ABC manager or owner present. Based on this evidence, the government will ask that you find in its favor and apply a penalty consistent with the statute. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Singh, do you wish to make an opening statement at this juncture, or you can defer until you present your case? Your option, sir.
I'll present my case.
So you'll do an opening when you're ready to present your case. Okay, fine. All right, Ms. Hogenmiller, do you have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, we would like to call ABCA lead investigator Felicia Dantzler.
Ms. Dantzler, can you raise your hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Thank you. Your witness, ma'am.
Good afternoon, investigator. Could you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, Felicia Dantzler, F like Frank, ELICIA, Dantzler, D like David, ANT like time, Z like zebra, LER.
Where are you currently employed?
I work with the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration.
Can I shorten the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration to ABCA?
Yes,
What is your position with ABCA?
I'm a lead investigator,
How long have you been a lead investigator?
approximately 5 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities as a lead investigator?
I enforce the alcoholic regulations and conduct regulatory inspections of ABC establishments.
Now, turning to the case today, are you familiar with the establishment located at 5158 MacArthur Boulevard, Northwest, Washington, D.C., Mark Market in Delhi?
Yes,
How are you familiar with this establishment?
I was at the establishment to conduct a regulatory action, whereas I had to drop off some renewal placards.
And what day did you go to the establishment?
April 8th of 2024.
What happened once you arrived to the establishment?
When I got there, the store was open and operating. And shortly after I came through the door, I saw a customer approach the cashier, who I later learned was Mr. Singh. The patron approached the counter with a 6-pack of Budweiser beer.
And what happened with the patron after they approached the counter?
I watched as the customer purchased the 6-pack of Budweiser beer.
And anytime while you were in the establishment, did you speak with Mr. Singh?
I did. I identified myself as an ABCA investigator and requested to speak with the ABC manager or the owner.
What was his response?
Mr. Singh advised me that his mom was the owner of the establishment and she was not there.
Did he identify an ABC manager?
No, he did not.
Did you ask him if he was an ABC manager?
I believe I did, and I want to say Mr. Singh stated his ABC manager's license was expired.
And did you have any other conversations with Mr. Singh while you were there?
Yes, our interaction was interrupted because another patron had approached the counter with the 6-pack of beer. I believe it was called Blue Moon. So I watched as Mr. Singh took care of that customer by accepting payment for that sale.
What did you do once you learned that there was no ABC manager or owner at the establishment?
I advised Mr. Singh of the violation, that the establishment needed to have an ABC manager or owner there during the sale of alcoholic beverages. And I also asked of Mr. Singh to provide me with the receipts for the purchase of the Budweiser beer and the purchase that was made with the Blue Moon beer.
Chairperson Anderson, could I request permission to share my screen?
Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Ms. Hagen-Miller the ability to share her screen?
Access has been granted.
Thank you.
Did you complete a case report regarding the violation you observed at Mac Market on April 8th, 2024?
I did.
Would you recognize a copy of that case report if I was to show it to you today?
I should be able to, yes.
Okay. I'm showing you what has been marked as Government Exhibit A for identification. Let me know at any time if you need me to zoom in.
Yeah, could you enlarge it, please? Yes, that's fine.
Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is this document?
That is a copy of my case report that I authored.
Is it part of your job as an investigator to write case reports?
It is.
Mr. Chairperson, the district would like to note for the record that Exhibit A, the April 8th, 2024 case report from Mac Market, is already in evidence pursuant to 23 DCMR Section 1713.10.
Yes, it's a part of the board's records and it's already in evidence.
Thank you. Now, investigator, I'm going to turn to Exhibit 1 within this case report. What is Exhibit 1?
Exhibit 1 is the receipt that Mr. Singh provided me as it relates to the purchase of the Budweiser beer.
And is this one of the purchases that you observed while you were at the establishment?
In partial, it is.
And can you explain why partially it is?
I saw the customer bring to the counter just the 6-pack of Budweiser beer. So when I asked for a copy of the receipt, I was unaware that the patron also had purchased vodka.
Thank you. Now we're going to turn to Exhibit 2. I'm going to enlarge it a little bit. What is pictured here in Exhibit 2?
That is the sales receipt for the second purchase that I observed, which was the 6-pack of Blue Moon beer.
And lastly, I'm going to turn your attention to Exhibit 3. What is pictured here as Exhibit 3?
That is a copy of the citation that I issued when I returned to the establishment on April the 11th to write the violation for the April 8th observations.
Did someone sign this citation?
Yes.
And who was it?
Mr. Singh.
I'll scroll down. When you delivered this citation, did you have any other conversation with Mr. Singh?
Yes, Mr. Singh did share with me that he was able to attain a temporary ABC manager's license.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Chairperson Anderson, you're on mute.
That's why I do not mute myself, because this always happens. Mr. Singh, do you have any questions of the investigator?
No questions.
Does any board members have any questions of the investigator? Go ahead, Mr.
I do, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr.
Investigator Dantzler, thank you for being with us and thank you for your report. Just a quick question about the interaction between you and Mr. Singh when you all discussed specifically his status as an ABC manager. Did he indicate that there was anyone else that could have been the manager, or did he just state specifically and exclusively that he was and that it was an outdated license that he had to be the manager?
My independent recollection was that I want to say he stated he had a license, and I want to say he believed it to be valid. And I may have checked our database there at the establishment and saw that it had expired.
Okay. That's the only question that I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Chief Investigator Dantzler. Thank you for an excellent report. When you checked the database, can you remember what date this person's ABC manager's license had expired?
No, I cannot recall the year and what month.
Would it have been current, or was it, you think, 6 months, a year? Any idea how long it had been expired?
No, I have no independent recollection of that.
Okay. Again, thank you for the excellent report. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Mr. Singh, are you there?
I'm there. How are you today?
No, you're off my screen. I don't see you. That's why I asked if you were there, so I can't see you. Do you have any questions of Ms. Dantzler based on the questions that the board members just asked, sir?
No. I mean, as soon Miss Dansler told me.
Hold on, Mr. Singh. You're the.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
You can't. Yeah, I can hear you, sir. I cannot see you, but I can hear you. At this juncture, I'm just saying, if you have any questions, fine. If you don't have any questions, then fine. So you have no questions, is that correct?
No.
All right, Ms. Hogan-Miller, do you have any redirect questions to Ms. Dantzler?
No redirect.
Ms. Dantzler, thank you very much for your testimony today. Have a great day.
My pleasure. You guys do the same.
Thank you. Ms. Hogan-Miller, do you have another witness or do you rest?
No other witnesses at this time. The government rests its case.
Thank you. Mr. Singh, I cannot see you, sir. Can you turn your camera on and so you can present your case now?
See. Oh, can you hear me now?
I cannot see you, sir. Okay. Okay, I saw you half a second and then you disappear.
Now?
No.
Now?
No. Yes.
You see me now, right?
Yes, sir. So are you the only witness, sir?
Yes.
Can you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Swear. Yes. Truth.
Go ahead, sir.
Chairperson Anderson, the district would object to Mr. Singh testifying at this time because he did not list himself as a witness on an exhibit or witness list, and he's not the owner of the establishment.
Was a PIP provided?
The district did not receive an exhibit or witness list from the establishment.
And but you knew that at a minimum the owner would testify today. Is that correct? Even if a witness list was not sent, that a witness would be present today. Is that correct?
I'm not sure.
No,
My understanding is that Mr. Singh is not the owner.
No, I'm asking a different question, ma'am. I'm saying, although, even if the owner did not send up a PIP, you're on notice that a witness would testify. Is that correct? At least the owner would testify, because that would not be a surprise to you. Okay, is that correct?
If an owner testified, no.
Right. Now, tell me, how is it that you believe that you're prejudiced, Mr. Singh is he's a representative of the establishment, and Mr. Singh is the person in question that the government had that Ms. Dantzler had an interaction with. And so the gist of her testimony was that she spoke to Mr. Singh. This is what Mr. Singh did, and this is what Mr. Singh did. And so, how is it that the government is prejudiced if I allow Mr. Singh to testify today?
The government was not put on notice 7 days before the hearing that Mr. Singh would testify as required by the agency's rules.
I'm aware of that, ma'am. But I'm just saying, how are you prejudiced? Because since Mr. Singh is from what his name is mentioned all over he's all over the report. When Ms. Dantzler testified today, she talked about her interaction with Mr. Singh. Now, if the owner was present today, and if the owner called Mr. Singh as a witness, and maybe I would, since the disclosure was not done, then That's a different situation, but I guess I'm just asking you to tell us how is it that you have been prejudiced? I know that they did not comply with the disclosure rule. So how is it how are you prejudiced since Mr. Singh is the nature of this action?
Because the establishment did not put the district on notice of Mr. Singh being called as a witness in a timely manner.
So, Mr. Singh, why is it that when did you know that you would be representing the establishment at this hearing today, sir?
Sir, I have been, even the last time when we had the show cause, my mother emailed the ABCA, Mani Singh will present Mac Market in Delhi. So when that happened, I wasn't aware of it, or she wasn't aware of it, that there is a 7-day window to let the district government know that I have to let them know, hey, I'm going to be the witness, because this morning I had a call with ABCA legal department with Miss Didi, and she said she gonna talk to, I guess, the name, I forgot the name of the lawyer representative, to her, and I had a call with her this morning almost 2 times. Hey, this is what the issue is. What can I do? And we had a call twice, and it wasn't mentioned there either that I cannot be a witness because I'm not the owner.
It's a different. I hear what you're saying, Mr. Singh. It's something different. Were you at the Were you at the show cause hearing status?
Yes, I was.
Didn't you not hear me say to you there, sir, at the show cause hearing status that 7 days before the hearing, you are supposed to exchange documents and witnesses, and failure by either party to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days before the hearing, unless good cause is shown, then the board is empowered to prevent that person from testifying, sir. Did you not hear that?
So I heard that, but I wasn't sure that I have to do myself, because that I am the witness, because I wasn't sure about that, the legality of that issue, because I got the ticket. I had a discussion with the APCA almost 2-3 times regarding this issue. I had one of the inspectors, she dropped me the paperwork. She said, this is your call. And then I called in last week, I think, because of the change of date. That was in September, now it's October 2nd. I wasn't aware of it, that to myself, I would declare myself as a witness.
So when did you advise the agency and the government that you would be representing your I'm sorry, what's your relationship between you and the owner of the establishment, sir?
She's my mother.
She's your mother. All right.
Yes.
So when did you first advise the agency that you would be representing your mother at the show cause hearing status and also at this hearing? When did you first notify the party?
Few days, a day before showcase hearing.
No, I'm talking about the first hearing. When did you stated that you represented
Yes.
your mom at that hearing? When was that hearing scheduled for? When do you remember when that was?
That was at least, this is September, August. I think August 18 or something. Sometime in August.
And you're saying that you weren't aware that, although you are representing your mom, that you didn't know that you needed to, Mr. Singh. I can't see you, so you're gone from my screen. One of the reasons why I always ask folks to be on camera because I want to make sure that they're actually there. So I can't tell if you're actually there if I can't see you. Um,
Can you see me?
yes, sir, I can.
Okay.
Um,
Because I thought once my mother sent the email in on showcase, we're not supposed to do anything. Like send another paperwork or emailing the government, hey, this is the witness. So I wasn't aware of it because she emailed once, and that's where we thought everything should be good to go.
but I told you, sir. You said you were at the last hearing, and I told you that um, 7 days before the hearing, you're supposed to disclose documents and witnesses that you'll be relying upon at the hearing.
I must be confused that I am the witness because basically my mom owns it. I'm here almost 7 days a week, 6 days a week. The citation was given to me, so I wasn't clear on that. Maybe a language barrier or whatever it could be, but I wasn't aware that.
I'm smiling. I'm sorry, Mr. Singh. I'm smiling when I said the language barrier because no, hold on, sir. Because you were at the hearing, and I make sure, and that's why I asked the question. You said you were at the hearing, and so I asked questions. I said that if you have any questions, please let me know. Now, if you told me that you weren't at the hearing, your mom was at the hearing, and you didn't realize, then that's a different story. But you yourself were at the hearing, and so therefore, if you told me, because one of the things I try to do, especially when I have someone who's not an attorney, one of the things I try to do is to make sure that they understand. And like I always state, and I don't have the transcript in front of me, I'd always state, if you don't, you can always contact our legal office for them to provide guidance. But so I'm not going to buy the language barrier here today, sir, and for the specific reason, because when we communicated the last time, and I asked a question, you never said to me, Mr. Chair, I don't understand. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Okay, all right.
I agree. What I'm saying is, I wasn't sure, and this is again, it's a true mistake that done on our part. Like, that I have to make sure that I have to tell the government that I am the witness because I'm representing myself. I'm just confused, and that's all I can say.
All right. Ms. Hogan Miller, I hear what the government is saying, and you are correct that that he did not provide the disclosure the 7 days before the hearing, but I don't think that the government is harmed if Mr. Singh testifies today, because you just called your witness, and your witness, the nature of the witness, I'm sorry, the nature of your witness's testimony in the case report, it talked about Mr. Singh and the involvement of the investigator with Mr. Singh, and I believe that I don't believe that the government would be prejudiced by allowing Mr. Singh to testify in this particular hearing. I believe if it was another witness, then I would fully agree with their position. But since Mr. Singh, he's not an attorney. He has been representing his mom at these hearings, and he himself is the subject of this action, and so therefore, um, I will note your objection for the record, but I will allow Mr. Singh to testify. Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Singh,
Yes, sir.
I've raised you. I've sworn you in, and so therefore, how is it that you intend to defend this action, sir?
So all I want to say is, as soon as the lead investor walked in, we had a very good conversation. I think it was almost 5 months in, because we bought the liquor store back in August of 21st or 2023. Based upon that, it's maybe just us who weren't told, or by the lawyer, or the previous owner. I'm not gonna blame anybody. But when the lead investor walked in, we talked to each other, and as soon as she mentioned, "Hey, you cannot sell this," I was after the couple of customers that I already took. I wasn't aware that we can't sell liquor if there is no manager there. So I said, okay, makes sense. I always had a solicitor's permit for almost 10 years in DC, and I thought that was as same as the manager's permit. So that got expired sometime last year, I think, which I'm not sure about the date. And as soon that happened, I went into the liquor board. I got both me and my brother as the manager license. As of now, it's 5 of us because we take rules and regulation very serious. And as soon we found out, all my cashiers, even the stock guy, is liquor license, has a manager license, because we do not want to be in this situation again. And all I asked was, it was a genuine mistake. I wasn't aware of it. Could we got us warning instead of this, and instead of a fine, So that's what my ask is. Because as soon we found out, 5 of us got manager's license because we want to comply with the rules and regulation of ABCA.
All right, anything else you want to say, sir?
That's all, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Hogabilla, do you have any questions of Mr. Singh?
Before Investigator Dantzler came to your establishment, you did not have an active ABC manager's license, correct?
Not. I had a solicitor's permit, not the ABC manager license.
No further cross-examination.
Any questions by the board members? So, Mr. Singh,
Yes, sir.
So how long after your interaction with Miss Dantzler did you apply and got a manager's license? When did you? So, hold on. This incident occurred on April 8th, 2024.
Mm-hmm.
When did you receive your? When did you apply and receive your manager's license?
Next morning.
So what date was that, sir?
I would say 10th. I got citation on the 9th. I got the license on the 8th of April.
So on the 8th, you got the citation. You're saying on April 9th, you went and got.
When was the citation?
It appears that it was, at least the record I wrote, it says April 8th of 2024. So when is it that you believe you went and got your license?
Next day morning, because Miss Dantzler came 8:30 before we closed, like 9 o'clock. So as soon she mentioned, I said I wasn't aware of it. And next morning, that was my first thing. I was at ABCA at 8:15 or 8:30, 8:15 or 8:30, and I got my license.
Okay. Any other questions by any other board members? Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Mr. Singh, thank you for being with us this afternoon. Chief Investigator Dantzler, I believe she stated that when she interacted with you, you stated that that the license had expired.
That's my solicitor's permit.
Say that again for me.
Because I used to work for a Breakthrough Beverage.
Mr. Singh, could you start over? I didn't hear the first part.
So I worked for the supplier before, almost 10 years, supplier and the distributor in Washington, D.C., which is Breakthrough and Southern. So I carried a solicitor's permit when I worked for those establishments in DC. And I thought it was the same as the manager's license. That's where I was confused.
Okay, so you never had a manager's license.
I had a solicitor's permit, which you need when you work for supplier or a distributor in DC.
Okay, that's my only question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions by any of the board members? Ms. Hogamiller, any questions of Mr. Singh based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No.
Mr. Singh, any final comments you want to make, sir? Before I'm going to give you an opportunity to, but based on the questions that we asked, all right, so you don't have any final comments. All right, so does the government wish to make a closing statement?
Yes.
Go ahead, ma'am.
May it please the board. This case is straightforward. DC Code Section 25-701 requires that the establishment's owner or board-approved manager shall be present on the premises at all times during the establishment's hours of sale. And Mac Market failed to do just that. Today, the government presented evidence in support of its singular charge. No ABC manager or owner. ABCA lead investigator Felicia Dantzler testified that when she went to Mac Market, she spoke with the male cashier, Mr. Singh, and asked for the ABC manager or owner. Mr. Singh told her that the owner was not there. He also said that he was not an ABC manager. Investigator Dantzler also testified that she observed Mr. Singh ring up 2 different sales of alcoholic beverages while she was there, but no ABC manager or owner was there. You also saw the receipts of those alcoholic beverage sales. Mr. Singh admits that he did not have an active ABC manager's license at the time that Investigator Dantzler was at the establishment. And their subsequent application for an ABC manager's license does not erase the violation that happened on April 8th, 2024. Thus, the government asks that you find in its favor and apply a fine consistent under the statute. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Singh, one last time. What is it that you want the board? Just bring closure. Tell us what it is that you want the board to do today, sir.
So my whole, spending time with all of your judges and the board is, it was our first citation and the last citation. And if we were aware of this, the day we took over the license, this issue would have never presented. So all I was asking is if we would have gotten the warning instead of citation, because I took action within 12 hours, not even 12, within 10 hours, and got my manager's license. And as of today, in a small, we are more of a Delhi style business. We have a 5 manager's license in this establishment. We take law very seriously, and it's not like we didn't want the manager license. We were just aware of it. So all I'm saying is, because once we do this, we were asking for a warning versus an actual citation.
All right, sir. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you, everyone. The record is closed. The record is now closed. So let me close this hearing. The board will issue its decision in 90 days. So let me formally close this hearing. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 24 CIT 00318, Mac Market and Delhi, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberate upon case number 24 CIT 00318, Mac Market and Delhi, for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it has been properly seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much, Ms. Hogan-Miller, for your appearance today. Mr. Singh, thank you for your appearance. Have a great day, and the board will issue a decision within 90 days. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. All right. Bye-bye. The board is now at the end of its calendar for the afternoon, and so therefore, if there's no further business, I will now close the record. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on October 4th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigation of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for October 4th, as published in the DC Register on August 27th. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it has been seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board here in the Room Bulletin Board, placed on the electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. The board is adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the members of the public who participated in our hearings today, and also I'd like to thank our board members who have also participated in our hearings today. We're now adjourned for the day, and I now ask all board members to return to Executive Committee for further action. Good afternoon, and thank you.